Good morning, everybody. There are lots of open seats at the table, so if you want to come around the table, I really heartily recommend it, and that way you have access to a mic in case you want to ask questions. So we're going to get started, and we have an excellent panel this morning. So the session is, as you can see, open forum, and so it's an open forum, so I really encourage you to ask questions. The whole purpose of this is really to engage in a dialogue, what we're going to be really focused on here is having a dialogue around human rights and the activities that are occurring in different spaces, and in particular those related to cyber norms in the open-ended working group and the group of governmental experts on cybersecurity. And we have an excellent panel, and I'll just introduce them, and then we're going to jump straight into their opening comments. We won't have too many opening comments, so hopefully we can get straight into an open discussion on this subject. So let me introduce the speakers. So we have Ambassador Heli Tyrma-Klaar from the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and is also one of the representatives, governmental representatives on the UNGGE. We have Ms. Carmen Gonzalez, who is Head of International Cyber Policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and also on the UNGGE. We have Ms. Mallory Nodal, Head of Digital for Article 19, and Gonzalo Carico from AT&T, Associate Director for EU Affairs, and I'm Matthew Shears, member of the ICANN board. So I'm going to turn it over to Heli immediately so we can get started, and please write down your questions. If there's anybody in the Zoom chat, if they can put their questions into the Zoom chat, that would be very helpful because I'll be managing that as well. So Heli, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And thank you for everyone in the room, because I think the human rights in internet, human rights in the domain of cyberspace is an increasingly important topic where not only us, the governments of European Union, but also civil society, academia, and private sector is paying attention. As Matthew was introducing the panel, we have several work streams in our, how we call it, cyber diplomats processes right now, where we see increasing challenge to make sure that the human rights agenda will stay high on general UN cyber debate agenda. We have been part of the open-ended working group, which already took place in September. And I think the first committee of the United Nations is usually, of course, discussing the questions of state behavior, of disarmament, of international security, peace and security. But it was still overwhelming majority of democratic governments who mentioned the human rights issue during the open-ended working group in September. When it comes to open-ended working group broader outreach, then we are quite glad to see roughly 200 NGOs and civil society actors coming to New York next week, where the open-ended working group will have the informal consultations with the global civil society. And we hope that these informal consultations with global civil society will serve also the role of raising awareness on the issues of human rights, freedom online, and privacy and data protection, which are important also in parallel with the questions of cybersecurity, state behavior, and all the hard security issues. As Carmen and I, we are both sitting in GGE, which is the group of governmental experts, then maybe the audience might be wondering how and whether at all the GGE, which is this hard or the small group of countries which have most of cyber expertise or cyber capabilities, and how the GGE is taking the issue of human rights forward. All the consecutive GG reports which have been agreed mention the adherence to human rights, and then we hope to also continue in the next GG in order to make sure that this issue is not forgotten. But of course, when we look at the normative discussions in the UN right now, the first committee is still meant to discuss the state behavior and international peace and security as its primary goal. But there is another committee which maybe is more suitable, many other committees of course, but the second committee dealing with the social and economic affairs, and the third committee is also the committee where we should be looking for the issue of human rights. And just to raise awareness maybe of those countries in the room that can influence their own governments in the issues of cyber discussions in the third committee, we had a resolution in the third committee this fall in United Nations General Assembly, which is calling for the new United Nations cybercrime instrument. And the European Union governments, the US and some other countries are quite concerned that this new cybercrime instrument that the third committee resolution is now supporting, because it was passed, will have a detrimental effect to the human rights, because one of the cybercrime conventions where we are all having the human rights safeguards is the Budapest Convention, the Council of Europe Convention, and we have been supporting the promotion of the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime now for a decade in the European Union and amongst the democratic countries. So we think still that the Budapest Convention provides all the necessary elements for global community and all the countries in the world to be used as a blueprint for domestic legislation on cybercrime. And very importantly, it has all the safeguards on human rights, and therefore we would support that the Budapest Convention will be the primary document or primary instrument to be taken as a model in order to deal with cybercrime. And we are a bit cautious of supporting any new instruments, exactly because we think that human rights safeguards will be difficult to be introduced into those new instruments, either in the first committee or in the third committee. Maybe my presentation was a bit UN and government-centric, but I think we also have to raise awareness about the fact that there is a small group of the Western government's diplomats in the UN setting that are pushing this agenda. And it would be good if we also would have support from the larger civil society and multi-stakeholder community, because then the voice would be reaching into the wider audiences. And we will continue our work, but our work is still confined very much within this government-to-government business. And maybe this panel could also serve the purpose of providing the ideas how we could amplify our message in the broader community, also outside of our technologically advanced countries. So this is the homework for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heli. Carmen, over to you.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Heli, for kicking off our discussions today with a very clear overview of what's going on, and I completely share your observations. What I can add from my side, the Dutch side, is that the issue of human rights online is very close to our heart. And not only that, we also remain quite concerned about developments related to that issue over the last couple of years. Because even though the assertion that human rights online are equal to human rights offline has already been made in UN framework in 2012. The situation globally hasn't really improved as far as abidance by human rights online is concerned. I think we all agree, and the reports of Freedom House are clear evidence also in that regard that apart from internet shutdowns, increased censorship, but also surveillance practices that are not in line with diplomatic principles, we're not really going in the right direction at this moment. So attention and clear and awareness raising about the risks that are at stake here is very important, because we are convinced indeed that human rights protection and cybersecurity are not at odds with each other. They are two sides of the same coin. They go hand in hand with each other. A safe and secure society can only be a society built on respect for human rights. And as our public life more and more moves to the digital world, it becomes more and more important that we assert and implement those principles there, and that we also try to find ways to increase accountability, because it's one thing to have recognition in the UN and also in UN resolutions, like the resolution on the promotion, protection and enjoyment of human rights on the internet, but also the resolution, for example, annual resolution on privacy in a digital age. Although we have these resolutions, having that on paper is not enough. They should not become paper tigers. We should try to somehow collectively hold those who do not respect them accountable by means of statements in general about issues that are not not to be condoned. And I think in that regard, the FOC, established in 2011 and doubled in size since, Estonia is also a very important member of the FOC. But the FOC has counts 31 member states now. Switzerland, and I'm incredibly happy with that, is the latest addition to the Freedom Online Coalition community. This community, a governmental initiative, is endeavoring together with civil society to issue statements on important problems that have to be tackled. There have been important statements issued on internet shutdowns, on censorship. There's an important new statement in the making on the importance of a human rights-based cybersecurity policy and practice. So a clear plea for cyber security policies and practices that are human rights by design. So that's, and why is that important? That alongside the discussions in the UN, we have other initiatives supporting those global UN discussions. It's because indeed the UN is an important platform, but it's also a platform where things move very slowly. And of course there are also clear differences of opinion within the UN, not the least about issues that are very closely related to human rights online, issues in relation to the role of the state in the internet. So the FOC can, I think, with its statements that can have normative value, that can help as triggers for discussions in the UN, continues to do that work and influences discussions. In the UN itself, indeed, discussions on human rights online will differ as far as this particular UN discussion is concerned. In the first committee, there are some limitations because they very much focus on international security, but we can always, it is important that we, every time we sit around the table in the UN and talk about cybersecurity and international peace and security, we reassert that human rights are, just as all the other bodies of international law, the basis for the regulation of behavior in cyberspace. So human rights law has to be reasserted there once again, also in this round of the GGE, as well as, and that's very important, in the open-ended working group. And I hope it will figure prominently in the consultations with civil society next week in New York. I think I will just stop here, because otherwise I'll take too much of your time.
Thank you, Carmen. I think we'll come back. I'll come back to the two of you after the other speakers, because I think it's important to put the OEWG and the GGE in context, and perhaps just briefly, if you can think about briefly outlining the differences between the two and what the timelines are, and I think that would be useful for some of those who are not familiar with those two processes. If we can turn to Mallory.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the grounding in the current stakes and also the framing about why human rights is important. So I just wanted to, from my perspective as civil society, talk about what we think are really important here, and also how we engage, how we get to have our voices heard. So I work for Article 19. It's a freedom of expression organization that has a global presence. My work is out of the London office, and my team engages in technical standards fora, in fact. But you can imagine that there's a lot of issues related to cybersecurity that come up in all those fora, and having the technical expertise can be really useful in these settings. So, of course, we feel it's important that civil society be part of the conversation around norms and trust in cyberspace, because, as Carmen was mentioning, privacy and security are really, they're not at odds, and they're especially not at odds if you shift the frame to center people. So if people are the primary concern as recipients of a secure cyberspace, then you can imagine that sort of dichotomy goes away, and really it is privacy and security together, hand in hand. And so multi-stakeholder participation in cybersecurity processes is really critical, so that the concerns of people that are now centered in these processes can be represented. And also, I would say, in addition to what we all know very well at the IGF, of course, about what multi-stakeholderism is in terms of bringing the right sectors into the room, I also think it's important to ensure the right competencies are in the room too, and that there's a diversity of them. And so it's not only policy folks, lawyers. You also include technical experts and so on, especially when we're talking about the internet, that can have a profound impact on the outcomes of debates and discussions. I would just say that things that we still need to solve with respect to multi-stakeholder participation, one of them is clearly capacity, which I mentioned when I was talking about competencies, but the other is that spaces are really proliferating. These conversations are happening in every corner of the world in many different ways, in fora that were not previously talking about the internet at all. They're now discussing cybersecurity and implications of cyberspace. So it's very intense for civil society to have to keep up with, and that is why you often see civil society coordinating amongst itself to ensure that we're covering all of the different fora and the spaces where these conversations are happening. But I would also indicate too, which is also something that's been said before, is that there's also a need for countries with less capacity to also be involved. Countries from the global south who don't have as much time or ability to travel to all these spaces, and small businesses. We do have a lot of participation from the private sector, but we have participation from large internet companies, and you imagine that small and medium-sized businesses as well have a particular stake in how the internet is governed. And so we need to think about not just that stakeholders are represented, but that the stakeholders themselves are diverse in their representation and multi-stakeholder discussions around trust and norms in cybersecurity. And I think that this is important for two reasons. One, of course, is to obviously just engage in norm setting to establish the role of the state in cybersecurity, as Carmen said, but also the responsibility of the state in cybersecurity. And then the second reason is to generate buy-in, because once those norms are established, once those policies are set, you have to implement them, and you can't implement them without many stakeholders working together. And so when you include these voices in the room and these stakeholders in the room, you have then the people and the energy and the capacity who can then go out and help you make them a reality for citizens all around the world. So that would be where I would start, and things that I'm interested in from a civil society perspective.
Mallory, Carmen mentioned the Freedom Online Coalition. Do you just want to take a minute and explain your engagement in the Freedom Online Coalition and how the civil society works in that particular construct? Thanks.
Exactly. Well, and I think a lot of what I talked about came from my work with the Freedom Online Coalition that began some years ago as a working group that was established by the members of the Freedom Online Coalition, but also included private sector and civil society. And we were tasked with, well, the task force was called an Internet Free and Secure, and we wanted to discuss how, or investigate and research how human rights would play into discussions around cybersecurity. And the two main, well, we have a definition that was people-centric, that's one, but then the two other main outputs of that work was being able to center people in cybersecurity and sort of eradicate this push and pull between privacy and security, which was really important in the years 2014 through 2017, I would say. And then, well, remains so today, actually. And then we had several recommendations that it was one of the first norms documents in 2016 that were launched around people-centric and human rights respecting cybersecurity policymaking.
Thanks, Mallory. Over to you, Gonzalo. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me. I will perhaps bring a perspective, a cybersecurity perspective from a corporate point of view. And we think that diplomacy and global dialogues are perhaps more urgently today than ever before. We live in time when we are all hyper-connected, and actions that take place in one corner of the globe, maybe positive or negative, they can reverberate everywhere. So the global diffusion of internet technology, computing power, and digitization are trends that are here to stay. So the question is how we all come together to make sure we capitalize on the potential of global connectivity and technological progress, while remain clear-eyed about the challenge and risks we have ahead. I think that we must work together across industry and national borders, because success in the internet age must reflect the smart balance of interest of consumers, business, and national governments. And to achieve this, global leaders must remain steadfast on their commitments to build greater consensus, transparency, and open dialogue across borders. We must also recognize that security requirements requires a similar holistic approach that includes people, process, and things, and that we all have a responsibility and a role to play. So policies designed to facilitate collaboration on cybersecurity and harmonize international standards can streamline international trade in cybersecurity industry, foster continued growth and innovation, and disseminate technical expertise and best practice that improve security across the digital ecosystem. We think that international standards are a foundational component that can protect innovation and build a safer and more secure digital ecosystem. For example, ongoing efforts on the 3GPP to develop secure, interoperable technical standards for the next generation networks are essentially necessary if we are to unlock the full potential of 5G technologies and preserve today's vibrant and competitive markets. For AT&T, cybersecurity is a business imperative. It's our responsibility to protect our customers and their data. So AT&T operates critical communication infrastructure and provides security service to governments and business customers. We also maintain a strong cybersecurity practice for all affiliates and services. Just as states are now organizing through the United Nations GG mechanism, the private sector has been engaged in long-standing efforts to secure the digital ecosystem. AT&T, for instance, collaborates in various international security organizations, such as the US CERT and FIRST, UK Center for the Protection of National Infrastructure, the Australian National Information Exchange, and so forth. We also support security activities within the Internet Engineer Task Force, the Institute of Electronics Engineers, 3GPP, as mentioned, and other organizations. We also participate in a variety of third-party coalitions, such as the Coalition to Reduce Cyber Risk, and we are working with individual countries in their cybersecurity proceedings to promote the NIST framework, or ISO, as the right standard for an interoperable approach. So, cybersecurity standards that exist around the world today are both a powerful bulwark that help industries to protect themselves against the rising tide of cyber threats, helping to raise awareness and ensure accountability and transparency. So I think AT&T, in our way, we support a voluntary risk-based approach to cybersecurity requirements that starts with an overarching framework under which companies have appropriate flexibility to best determine and mitigate their own risks, which will vary from sector size and sophistication of individual companies. Governments should then base national programs on widely adopted international standards to ensure harmonized approach to cybersecurity. They should not adopt one-size-fits-all approach or mandate a static checklist of cybersecurity requirements. I think I will stop for here now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask a question of Carmen and Heli, and I would very much appreciate it if you could prepare some questions, and we can open a dialogue around this issue of human rights and norms and where we stand in various international processes. So I'm looking to the audience to really engage here. But in the interim, it might be useful just to mention or to cover where you think the two OEWG and the GGE processes are and the different focus areas that they're going to, and how they're going to play out, given that they're running in parallel. If you can make a couple of comments each on that, that would be great. And the role and the opportunity for human rights.
Well, those two working groups have been established. It's a fact, and we are working in parallel in order to support both Open-Ended Working Group and the GG. We have an approach to make sure that those two working groups are complementary, and I think majority of us in the room would see the favorable outcomes as consensus reports of both working groups. If you ask what is exactly the focus of one of the groups or the other, I think the GG has already done a serious groundwork in setting the norms of state behavior or confirming that international law applies in cyberspace and promoting the importance of confidence building measures and capacity building. The Open-Ended Working Group could take this basis forward by including more of the nations into the thinking of what are those elements of the stability framework that has been already set by the three GG reports of 2010, 2013, and 2015. So basically, the Open-Ended Working Group has a role to socialize the already existing achievements in the first committee to wider international community. Whereas the GG, in our view, should focus more on the implementation of the current norms and the discussions on maybe international law and what kind of mechanisms will be there to make sure that the cyber stability is preserved. So The role or the room of maneuver to include human rights is there in both reports, and this will be about state behavior mostly. So I think the stress will be made on international law concerning human rights, and the fact that the countries are holding up the different pieces of international law that are concerned with human rights. So this is the language we could include into those reports. But of course, the first committee of the United Nations is about disarmament, as we know. So it's about, in order to, it's set up for different purposes. But as we have been able to put human rights language always in there, so we hope to continue to do this.
I think I can only briefly add, because I think we share your point of view. We are very like-minded. So what I can add to that is perhaps that the open-ended working group hopefully will also lead to more countries around the world publicly embracing the norms that were previously set or defined in the groups of governmental experts. That's important because these groups of governmental experts, although they varied in composition and were composed on the principle of rotation and geographic representation, have not been able to indeed engage all the countries in the world in this discussion. So the open-ended working group is a chance to do that. And hopefully this will not only lead to a greater awareness that these norms are out there and that ideally we should all abide by them, but I hope also that countries will talk about it publicly more and more, and because that will help to consolidate the power and of these norms, and will foster implementation, and that will help us also to call out behavior that we consider as going against those norms, as breaking those norms. So that would help. The GGE has also one particular feature this time that might also help, in particular also human rights, respecting cybersecurity policies around the world. In the mandate of the GGE, it is written that every member of the GGE is supposed to submit its views on how international law applies to cyberspace. So that means that at least 25 countries will have to sit down and think carefully about how they see that, and get all their agencies at home behind those views, and send them out there in the world. And now that's important because that means that those countries will also have to, at least I hope they will, speak out about the importance of the applicability of the whole corpus of human rights law to cyberspace. So that will help the cause of human rights in cyberspace. The Netherlands has sent the Netherlands Minister of Foreign Affairs sent a letter to Parliament last June setting out the Dutch ideas on how international law applies to cyberspace, and how human rights law applies to cyberspace is one of the important chapters of that letter. So I hope that that practice will help. I hope also that others outside the UNGGE, by the way, will follow suit and also issue in public, in writing, their views on how international law, and including notably international rights, human rights law in cyberspace.
Thank you, Carmen. Anybody want to open the, really important that we get the questions going. We have a half hour and it'll go quickly. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and just introduce yourself and then put the question. If it's going to someone specific, then please mention who that is. Yes.
Hi, Chris Painter, among other things, of the Global Commission, former leader of the State Department, and the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. Couple comments and questions. One, I think it's great that we continue to push in the GGE and now in the Open-Ended Working Group for language on human rights. I worry, though, and I want your sense of this, is it becomes sort of a dance where the language is in, it's a compromise. I think the more like-minded countries like the two of you have your interpretation of it, and some of the more repressive countries take different parts of it, you know, more of the restrictions on human rights than the benefits of it. And I guess the question is, with the limits of the first committee, what venue do you think can make more progress? Is it something like the Freedom Online Coalition? Is it somewhere else? The comment I wanted to make is, you know, I do think that this does fit in with the international security issue. The Global Commission for the Stability of Cyberspace that I've been serving on issued its report 2 weeks ago at the Paris Peace Forum. And one of the guiding principles that we put in the report is respect for human rights. And specifically, I think it has two aspects. One is that efforts to ensure stability of cyberspace must respect human rights. So in other words, when you do measures to ensure stability, whatever they are, you shouldn't unduly infringe on human rights. You should make sure that you're doing this sensitive to human rights. But the other is that the various protections, the various norms can protect human rights if those communities even know about them. You know, when we talk about even the UNGGE norms, the one about protection of certs, and that certs should be used for good. Interestingly, many people in the CERT community don't even know about that from the UN. So I think we have to do some work to make sure that human rights community, even the community that's meant to be protected, knows about that. And then the last thing I'd say is just, and you mentioned this, I think there's really a need, and when I heard some of the discussions of the open-ended working group, there seems to be somewhat of a consensus on this, for capacity building in this space. And that's certainly another Dutch initiative, the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. That's one major role they have. But I think the idea of both implementing the norms, making people aware of them, but also doing it in such a way that people understand the human rights dimension is really important, in conjunction with things like the Freedom Online Coalition.
Thanks, Chris. Who would like to take, Carmen?
Chris, thank you. Yeah, of course, you're right. There's always a risk of a ritual dance in international diplomacy. That's unfortunately part of our trade. But there are always possibilities to be ingenious and somehow move things in a better direction, at least step by step. And one thing I do hope is that by forcing countries, whatever their denomination, whether they're autocratic or less autocratic and more democratic, everybody will have to show face, or will have to. If countries can start to write down and publish their views on application of international law in cyberspace, but also on how a human rights respecting cybersecurity policy should look like, and then they will. They're forced to unveil what they are really, what their views are, and they perhaps are also forced by the peer pressure to improve and to perhaps also try to in this all a beauty contest also, to at least try to be as human rights abiding as possible, and hopefully that commitment on paper will also help, because that's the other issue, of course, will force them a bit more to put it into practice. It's all a matter of a combination of efforts, and at the same time efforts by civil society calling out bad behavior by states in this regard remains incredibly important. So it's in the end it's a kind of collective effort, and you hope that you can make small but significant steps in advance. That's how it.
I think there are some initiatives related with the open-ended working group on behalf of some NGOs to collect good human rights stories related to Freedom Online and different related topics. And I think that one of the European Union institutes is working, EU ISS, is working on putting together the compilation of the good cases and models. I think we also need to get a bit more practical to show that there is a way and possibility. I'm not talking, of course, about our countries, but the broader UN membership, that where security and freedom can be balanced in cyberspace. Because I think not all nations have understood that the balance is possible, but it is possible, and I think there is also the way to lead the nations to think about this balance.
Chris, I liked your characterization of it as a dance. I mean, one of the challenges, I think, that we touched on this a little bit before the panel started, was the issue of the proliferation of spaces. So there are other spaces where these agendas can be moved and pushed, but in many times for civil society, I think, as Mallory said, it's certainly a matter of resources and being able to cover in those different spaces as well. I don't know if you want to add to that, Mallory. Any other questions? Raise your hand. Yes, please. If you can introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Masa. I'm actually a colleague of Mallory's at Article 19. I focus on digital rights in the Middle Eastern context. Specifically, recently I've been working a lot on Iran, following the events that happened there. I'm particularly interested from the representatives from the government to know how, when they engage within these groups, they mention that the UN, the GGE, how does this work in coordination with other spaces where a lot of governments are actually engaging on issues of rights online, like shutdowns, privacy, especially within the ITU? How do you coordinate the engagement between these bodies?
I think there are different parts of the government in our countries which are in charge of the issues of content and so on. It is more internal services, internal ministries, and not really foreign affairs. And the foreign affairs communities are usually engaging with more the NGOs and the other foreign affairs experts. And when we talk about the UN system, then I think we are not reaching too far in the UN system into the domestic constituencies, of course. And it is not a clear-cut link between the first committee cyber groups and the domestic constituencies. So I think we have to be quite clear that there is the way also to reach the domestic constituencies in different countries. But usually it's not via the UN groups in New York. It is a different way to do it. So let's not let's have this conceptual clarity that the UN work goes on in New York, where countries commit to certain principles, but how these principles will be implemented, it's a matter of each capital.
I just wanted to confirm that I think there is more work to be done, states coordinating internally or across different fora, and because I often find that civil society fulfills that role. So because many different organizations coordinate together, and some of them cover different spaces and so on, there's I think a lot more awareness and knowledge within that sector around what states are doing. Excuse me. And so often part of our advocacy is to remind states that they have made commitments in one space and that those can translate into this current space and so on. So we often make those connections. It's not necessarily something that has to be fully solved or could fully be solved, but maybe also an argument for why civil society really does have a lot to offer and a lot of expertise that can be useful in these debates because we try to cover so much ground in our advocacy work already.
Other questions? We have a roving mic if anybody wants to put up their hand in the back. Yep. Yes, please.
Hi, Medica Ko, member of the ICANN board. I had a question because as I was listening from the panelists to AT&T, I was thinking, wow, that's really a lot of resources in terms of participating in all the different initiatives to really get the multi-stakeholder view. So how do you actually incorporate inclusiveness in less developed nations who have economic challenges in participating in these initiatives? And what are some capacity building initiatives to help with that situation?
What we
human rights based cybersecurity policy. I think it is I think we need to step up states, but also other stakeholders in reaching out. And there are many relevant initiatives going on, multi-stakeholder initiatives to build capacity around the world. But there's still a lot of scope for improvement, for more coordination, for deconflicting and ensuring that resources go to the right places. In October, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise met for its fourth annual meeting in Addis Ababa in Africa. And that was the first time the Global Forum, a public-private platform with more than 100 members and partners from states, international organizations, private sector, civil society from around the world, went to Africa and reached out, really physically was there. And we had more than 40 African countries there present around the table. And it was revealing in the sense that it was obvious that there's a lot going on already in Africa. I'm not saying that there's nothing going on there, and there are many good initiatives taken, but there still is a huge need for more interaction and more capacity building, and that there's a responsibility not only for governments, I think also for private sector from the standpoint of corporate social responsibility, and also an additional effort necessary from civil society to go there. Because if we don't do that, if we do not bring the discussion about responsible cyber security policies, etc., to those countries, they will not they won't be aware of the added value, and they won't feel capable and supported in their endeavor to develop multi-stakeholder-based, responsible cybersecurity policy. So, in that regard, indeed, I think it's. I would like to comment the work of the working group on norms and on strategy and policy, focusing very much also on the implementation of norms, led by Chris in the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. They met here yesterday as well. That's also one of those venues where not only states but also other stakeholders sit together to help all members of the GFCE and non-members to empower them to implement those norms that we are, in fact, adopting in the UN.
Thanks, Carmen. Other questions? Yes, please.
My name is Hans Klein. I'm from Georgia Tech. I haven't really kept up on these issues, but perhaps I'm not the only one in the room who's not completely up to date. But what I remember, GGE, the big issue that always stood out in my mind was the question on proportionate response to cyber attack, and at what point does a cyber operation justify a kinetic operation? And I believe, as I recall, that was a contentious issue in the GGE. I hope I got this right. And could you perhaps comment on that or relate that to the discussion that we're having here today? Thank you.
Well, the GGE actually has been discussing the 4 different topics. One is the applicability of international law in cyberspace, both peacetime law and wartime law, meaning IHL, UN Charter, and when nations go to war, jus ad bellum as well. So this is one element of discussions. The second element of discussions is the voluntary peacetime non-binding norms that governments are adhering to. The 2013 report listed few of those norms, and 2015 report listed 11 of those norms. It's all openly available online on UN website. The third element is the confidence-building measures, the regional confidence-building measures with all the safeguards, the contact points, for instance. The countries are establishing the contact points. If there is a crisis, they will issue the warning, and all these contact points will be activated. And then there is a capacity-building element for countries that have less capacity to implement the norms that they have agreed in the UN. So those are the 4 different elements and 4 different work streams. When it comes to response to cyber attacks, then the existing international law is very clearly stipulating what is allowed and what is not allowed for the governments to do in this space. That's why we have the law, body of law. The UN Charter is, of course, applying in cyberspace, and this has been the debate in the GG, and also the debate has been that IHL, international humanitarian law, applies in cyberspace. And the customary law also applies in cyberspace. The international law discussions are difficult because not all countries that are part of the GG are agreeing on how the law applies. So it's not about the response so much, it's about international law applying. And Carmen has been actually part of the last GG. Maybe you can explain what exactly happened and why we did not produce a report.
Yeah, I don't know to what extent I'm allowed to really, but I can say I can say make a few comments. I think what happened in the last GGE is that the geopolitical context was not very favorable. It hasn't really become much favorable since. By the way, that's a bit daunting with in mind that we are going to sit together around the table again. But I think that in 16-17 it was much more than during the GGE in 15 that already took place after some momentous events that changed the situation. In 16-17 it was more and more obvious that it was just the context was not very inviting or not very helpful in that regard. And what happened was that unfortunately some of the issues that we had already reached agreement about in the area of international law, notably, indeed in the report in 15, for example, on the applicability of the principles that cement and that support international humanitarian law, principles like proportionality, humanity, distinction. These were suddenly contested again to such an extent that we threatened to go backwards. That we weren't even. There was a threat that we weren't even able to consolidate what we had, but that we were really pushed back. That was very daunting. Also on other elements, for example, on other elements of the Charter, of the UN Charter, for example, the right of self-defense was in cyberspace was suddenly questioned by some participants to such an extent that even there it was difficult to hold the line. So that was the reason why it wasn't possible in the end to reach this agreement, this consensus report. And that was a pity because in other areas of work of the GGE, like voluntary non-binding norms of behavior, confidence building measures and capacity building, and also the section on with the definition of threats, some good work has been done during that GGE, and we were really, we could have made really progress there. For example, in the norm sections, we have elaborated more on how these norms, these 11 norms, foundational norms that were defined in 15, like do not attack each other's critical infrastructure in peacetime, do not attack, Chris already referred to it, do not attack computer emergency response teams in peacetime, work together, assist each other when there are cross-border cyber incidents, etc. So we did a lot of work then in 16-17 to give more guidance, to provide more guidance to countries on how to do that. When we, for example, discussing critical infrastructure, we also discussed about the importance to ensure to safeguard the general availability of the internet, alluding to protecting the core of the internet, the logical layer, etc. So a lot of good work has been done, but yeah, the circumstances were not very propitious then.
Yes, please.
Yes, Carmen should remember that I was there in the 16 and 17 GGE as member of the Cuban delegation. And what she said is factually correct. There were some issues and there was no agreement. But I want to explain what are the concerns of several delegations, because it's not that there is it was not agreement because of whim or going backwards. Regarding the international humanitarian law, the concerns were that if you accept all those principles a priori, in a way, you are legitimizing that the cyber war concept, as a concept, cyber war. That was explained in the final declaration of several delegations, including ours. And that is why the Red Cross made a clarification for this new open-ended working group recently that in a way explained and confirms this thing, that they put explicitly that by in upholding this international humanitarian law does not mean the legitimizing the concept of civil war. It's that once those hostilities are going on, it applies. That was what we were defending at that time. It was unfortunately, you know what happened in that GGE, that we left all this, the chairman left for the end, all these thorny things, and we didn't have time. If we had a couple of more sessions, we could have gotten these results, but unfortunately it wasn't what. And about the question that was made, it's really very concerning. The concept, it needs to be more clarified, because when it says that international law and the Charter applies in its entirety, a concept that we did not agree from previous GGE, because it says that it's almost just like that, and it's not just like that. It needs some clarification, because the concept of armed attack that is in the Charter does appear to cyber attack. Is cyber attack equivalent to the concept of armed attack, that it can trigger countermeasures, and even countermeasures in the kinetic world? That is very dangerous. It's very dangerous because, as you know, the problem of attribution is not solved, and even in kinetic world, where attribution is more directly, you have false flag events. In the cyber world, we have seen that many computers of a country are taken from other country and for there to launch an attack. And if that attribution is not really, it could be some retaliation to this country, and that is very dangerous for international security. What we are saying in several countries is that although all those principles applied in principle, there should be specific clarifications of how to implement that in practice. Those are not unsurmountable concerns. Many countries, even Western developed countries, has concerns along the same lines. Some have proposed even some international organization for attribution, something like that. It's things that need some work. It's not that some countries didn't want to agree on things that were already agreed. Those are legitimate concerns. It's going to be met in this open-ended working group, and we hope that we can get, because everybody should gain by having some understanding, on some basic understanding. And if there's a thing that there's no understanding, we just keep it in hold until we get the understanding. I think that's the basis of diplomacy, you know, going step by step.
Thank you. I realize that we have very little time left, but I want to give the opportunity to Carmen just to comment, and then I think we're going to have to wrap it up. So, and Heli, okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. And just to briefly clarify or comment on that. As far as the applicability of international humanitarian law is concerned, indeed, the ICRC, in a report issued this year, underscored that the fact that also the ICRC clearly and explicitly underscores the importance of the applicability of international humanitarian law to cyberspace, does not mean that that is that does not mean that this is how we say that, a carte blanche for military conflict in cyberspace. But nor do the countries that have advocated the applicability of international humanitarian law in cyberspace during the previous GGE. I think there we can find each other. We're not advocating conflict. We're just being realistic, there is, just like airplanes were designed for civil use, they were very quickly used in war. So just like that, cyber means will be used or are used in conflict, and then the civil population has to be protected. And as far as the applicability of the UN Charter in its entirety is concerned, may I just kindly refer to the fact that the UNGA, the UN General Assembly, has embraced the report of 15 and 13 and has, about the 15 report, has explicitly concluded that member states of the UN should seek guidance from those principles, from those recommendations. And one of those recommendations was indeed that the UN Charter, as it stands in its entirety, is applicable in cyberspace. Thanks.
Okay, last word to Heli, and then I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap it up so they can prepare for the next session.
Actually, I wanted to respond to the comment. I wanted to say that attribution is possible. Well, if attribution wasn't possible, we couldn't do anything with cybercrime, but we can do. We can investigate all sorts of incidents. We can investigate cybercrime incidents, and as we have increasing capabilities technically to do that in all of our countries, so we already have been attributing in a coordinated manner during the last year several important cyber attacks. And we are now reaching the stage where the attribution is not a problem anymore. The question is rather that how we do it, when we do it, and whether it will help to solve the issues or whether it will help to escalate. But this is already the political question. But the technical attribution is possible. This is what I wanted to say.
So I wanted to take us back to, just to leave you with a thought. I think it's always good to walk away from these sessions at the IGF with a thought. I want to take you back to some of the comments that were made in the very beginning, which was, how do we ensure that human rights are incorporated into these processes, and how do we ensure that we continue to promote them in these processes, recognizing all the various challenges? And I think that was a call to action from the panelists in the first round of comments, and I think that's something we should very much take forward with us to how in our various stakeholders, across stakeholders, we can continue to ensure that human rights and cybersecurity are considered hand in hand. With that, I think we're going to have to wrap it up, and just a round of applause for our panelists, and thank you very much for your comments and questions.
very good morning. We'll start the session on Open Forum 35 in a minute. So I would like to request the participants to come in and sit in the front table. Makes it closer to you with the microphone if you would like to say something later. Okay, very good morning and also warm welcome to all of you. Now it's Open Forum 35, Strengthening Digital Transformation Through Digital Security. First of all, my name is Reza Revlusman. I'm from Indonesia IGF, and I'm very thank the IGF for allowing this initiative to be open forum in the IGF 2019. And I'm glad that we have a very sunny morning today, and I hope this will allow more discussion for us to be in this forum. I would like to introduce our panel here. The first one, we have Irene Putranto, researcher at the Citizen Lab, University of Toronto. She deals with issues such as internet governance and new technologies. Second speaker, we have Mr. Jamar Juniarto from Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network. It's a regional organization that focuses on defending digital rights. And we have also Matthias Pilkam, Executive Director of Algorithm Watch. Matthias is a journalist, he's still a journalist, and a steering committee of the Germany IGF. So that will be the speaking order for today as well. Just to set some context, that a little bit of context of this discussion today, that the development of internet is coupled with the spread of negative content, and it could be in the form of news, memes, and other things. Many governments are trying to keep up with the trends by employing different kinds of policies, but it is the proper one for the people. So we will have our panel to say what they're thinking about these issues. So I think I would like to start by giving the floor to Irene to start. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Reza for moderating this session, and thank you to all of you for being here today. As he mentioned, my name is Irene Putranto. I am a senior researcher for the Citizen Lab. We are a cybersecurity and human rights research lab based at the University of Toronto in Toronto, Canada. So we're here to talk about the concept of fake news, which is problematic because there's no broadly accepted definition for it. It has been used to refer to wide-ranging content, including disinformation, illegal content, misleading or false content, as well as manipulated or fabricated content, among others. With regard to Indonesia, the worry is that in such a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious society, the spread of fake news, or otherwise called hoaxes or rumors, may lead to widespread violence. The hoaxes that have circulated in Indonesia, for example, has involved sensitive issues such as ethnicity, race, religion, intergroup relations, and politics, among others. And especially during major events, like at times of elections, the issue of fake news become even more pressing, because, as the last Indonesian election shows, when you have 245,000 candidates running for office, from the presidency to local legislative seats, the stakes are incredibly high. Despite having the highest freedom index in Southeast Asia, according to Freedom House, it is clear that the problem of fake news is a challenge to the promotion and protection of human rights online as well as offline in Indonesia, and has led the Indonesian government to shut down the internet twice in 2019 thus far. To address the proliferation of fake news, many governments around the world have undertaken some harsh measures, including shutting down the internet, as I mentioned, that Indonesia did following protests in the Papuan region. And these measures are put in place in the name of fighting fake news. They are often drafted and implemented without a multi-stakeholder process, and therefore lacking in accountability and transparency. They are also often implemented in addition to existing draconian laws, including criminal defamation laws, cybercrime laws, and cybersecurity laws, which tend to have vague and overly broad provisions. So I'll stop here now, and I give the floor to Damar. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damar Juniarto. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm the Executive Director of SafeNet, Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network, based in Denpasar, Bali. But I also advisory board for Digital Rights Asia, based in Bangkok, Thailand. So I will start with the problem of fake news in Southeast Asia. Yeah, we are aware that fake news, hoax, or misinformation become problems in Southeast Asia region, but SafeNet monitor that in some countries in Southeast Asia, the government obviously use the fake news as an excuse to silence criticism. While in some other, the government use fake news to justify their action against humanity. Countries already known for heavy-handed control on the internet are using fake news to seize even more control on news outlet and communication platform. What's unique about the context of the Southeast Asia region is that the fake news and disinformation operate within the framework where existing law already inhibit freedom of expression. So in countries like Philippines, Indonesia, and Myanmar, disinformation and hateful rhetoric online had serious consequences for public opinion. In cases like Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Singapore, where there are existing laws that curtail freedom of expression, social media has become the new avenue for government to exercise control over free speech. So start from 2017, many Southeast Asia have a national election process. The government are trying to exploit concern over fake news in order to adopt proposal to increase state control over online communication and expand censorship and internet surveillance. In 2017, Malaysia government, during former Prime Minister Najib Razak, released Akta 803 about berita tak benar. So this is the first fake news law in the region, and then following by Singapore in 2018. And in October 2019, the Thai government told every coffee shop owners to submit their consumer Wi-Fi browsing records as a part of the ministry campaign against fake news. This legislation in the surface look cool, look great, but in the practice, government actually start granting itself the power to remove competing narrative that against or not in line with their narratives. So in case of Indonesia, as Irene just mentioned, Indonesia chose instant way to combat fake news or hoax, while amplifying in media or events like IGF about a national campaign against hoax. But in May 2019, Indonesia government started to use bandwidth throttling and also use internet shutdown in August till September 2019 to handle the spreading of fake news or hoax related to social conflict in Papua. Actually, this government aren't concerned about the fake news, but they are concerned about their official narratives being countered by speech carried on the platform. that they can directly control. So fake news legislation is an easy way to grant themselves the power they need to nuke the content that contradict with the government portrayal of events, incidents, and also lawmaking efforts. It's also have to mention that the issue about the fake news is also often overshadowing the state-sponsored disinformation operation in some countries. So actually the government is behind some campaign that spreading about the fake news and also disinformation, but they cover it with this PR stunt. So I will stop in that, and then I will continue if I have time to talk about the cybersecurity in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irene and Damar, who already setting up what kind of the discussion today, and we already have the perspective from Asia, Southeast Asia. Now I would like to give the floor to Matthias, hopefully to give some perspective from the European side. Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. Yes, I would like to start by stating that, unfortunately, I have no first-hand knowledge of the situation in Indonesia. I only know about this from reading in the media. I've known Indonesian colleagues for a while, but this doesn't make me any kind of expert on, for example, the problem of disinformation in Indonesia. That's why I would like to focus on some general remarks, and I'm very curious to hear how you think they apply to that situation there. So we see a very critical situation in the dissemination of information on large platforms, namely, of course, Facebook, Google and YouTube, Instagram, if you want to argue that this is different from the Facebook platform, which in practice it has an entirely different logic, but it is owned by the company, WhatsApp, and so much more. So we do appreciate the fact that there are attempts to address the problem of spreading information that incites to hatred and violence. At the same time, I share the doubts that were already voiced before by the other two speakers, that there are good ways to tackle this without the risk, at least, of harming freedom of expression. We have a very specific experience here in Germany, where we, about 2 years ago, enacted a law that is called the Network Enforcement Law. Globally, it's known as the Facebook law, because people do see that the organization or the company that is addressed with that is mainly Facebook. And this law has many problematic sides to it. For example, what has been criticized by civil society, business and academia in Germany is that it opens the door or it doesn't open the door, it gives incentives to overblocking, meaning that if you have very high fines that can be leveled against companies, even if they are as big as Facebook or Google, you just run the risk that they will censor, I'll use the word consciously, censor more content than they would if they were not threatened with these kinds of fines. There are good parts in the law, and again, that is something that we may want to discuss here, how these aspects could help situations elsewhere. Because, for example, what was included in the law is that for the first time, companies, the social networks, over 2 million users, that's the threshold in Germany, social networks have to accept legal documents, whereas before, they were always able to, for example, redirect private citizens who wanted to complain in a legal sense. For example, they said that there was some libelous information posted on Facebook. and Facebook did not take down that content, if they then initiated legal procedures, Facebook told them to go to Ireland and translate their statement to English before they could do anything, because this is where the company's European headquarters are. This, I think, is entirely unacceptable for companies that make huge revenues in the countries they are active in. For example, this is one part of the law that I, as a person, but also Algorithm Watch as an organization, and also Reporters Without Borders, the German section, which I'm a board member of, actually applauded. But in general, what we do see is, as I said before, there is a risk of over-blocking when you're enacting these laws. And also, although we think it is important to think about the large platforms, we should never forget that many problems with free speech do not stem from the use of social media. And we have a couple of lessons to learn here in Europe ourselves. For example, when we are arguing that the spread of disinformation and hate speech is so problematic, but at the same time do not take any action against government control of media in countries like Hungary or Poland, then maybe we are not looking in the wrong direction, but at least not looking in all directions we should be looking in. And I'll end with something that we are working on intensively, and colleagues of us are also working on this intensively. And I would like to cite Mozilla here as an organization, the Mozilla Foundation. We are looking into ways to get more information from the platforms to better understand how the spread of information is working, what impact it has, and for example also what measures have an impact on the spread of information. And so far, in most cases, we are in a situation that we are entirely at the, let's say, we are entirely in a situation where we have to trust what the platforms tell us. For example, Facebook said that they would initiate a large program on now what's the word, detecting wrong information, fact-checking, basically, a large fact-checking endeavor. And they would flag information as either trustworthy or not. And then afterwards, they published a lot of numbers about what effects that had and how the spread of these wrongful news diminished or deteriorated after this measure was implemented. But we have to believe their numbers. There is no way to control or verify these numbers from the outside. And that is not a situation that we as societies want to be in. So what we are thinking about is how to change this situation and get access to more data from the platforms to be able to externally verify their claims. And this is something that I would have loved to discuss today with the representative of Google, but as you can see, he didn't show up.
Okay, thank you, Matthias. I see that this problem is not like entirely exclusive on the certain region. We still have ample of time to discuss, and also would love to have some views if there's another views from other region outside Southeast Asia or maybe outside Europe. So I would like to open the question and answer session, or maybe comments if you have, and then we'll start the first session. If anybody would like to give comment or question, please raise. Or maybe I start by, I have question to Damar. Is it, which region that you think that people or the world can draw a good comparison? Because I see that maybe this problem is not only in Indonesia or in Southeast Asia. Do you have a recommendation or suggestion where we should look over?
Thank you, Reza. Actually, the reason why I went to this IGF in Germany, I want to learn about how the German doing with the NetzDG, the law that forbid a lot of hate speech in social media, since and also want to compare how the fake news and hate speech in Europe becomes. I will tell a little more about how the fake news is evolving in Indonesia, in our country. So fake news is not only about spreading misinformation. Actually, it's been it's being weaponized, the social media, to attack people within the platform. So for years, SafeNet have seen number of threats and number of attacks to women at-risk communities like journalists, anti-corruption activists, environment activists, LGBTQ, religion minorities, who's being attacked digitally and also physically. They use the fake news as a way to send terror to these groups. So we lately also witnessed what we called a cyber amok, like a form of mass harassment towards a person or groups, or mass violence toward a people or groups who supported a politician who runs as governor of Jakarta, or toward activists who against the revision of Corruption or Eradication Commission law, or mass coordinated action to give one-star review of Tempo, a mainstream media outlet, to make the Google Play Store then automatically delisting or delete the media apps just because the media made a magazine cover illustrating Pinocchio nose over the figurative look of our Indonesian president. Just happened within this week, the cyber amok against Tulejur's perfume store in France for mistakenly related to Tulejur's bakery in Indonesia. This amok is using the spread of fake news as a way to mass coordinate person to give the one review in the App Store. So I will like to seek comparison from the Germany, from the NetzDG. Is it NetzDG will be the proper or the ideal way to controlling the hate speech inside the social media or not? So that's why I went here, and then I want to listen and also learn from everybody in this IGF.
Yeah, maybe I respond to that directly. So just to clarify, as Algorithm Watch, we, let's say, don't have a clear position on this because when the NetzDG was discussed in Germany, the organization had just been created. But Reporters Without Borders took a very clear position and said the law is overly broad, and in detail it is very shoddily done. Let's put it that way. The main issue, as I already said in my opening statement, was that there is this fear that there are incentives of overblocking, so that too many content items will be taken down because there are these large fines that the companies are threatened with. So whenever someone says something that is, let's say, on the borderline between a content item, I'll call it that, can be a video, text, image, or whatever, that is protected by freedom of speech, and something that we would consider illegal in Germany, then it will be taken down. Now, the government also obliged the platforms to provide more transparency about this in reports. So far, unfortunately, at least that's my interpretation, these reports are very inconclusive. So we can neither say that this overblocking has happened, nor can we definitely say that it hasn't happened, right? So probably we need a little more time about this. For this, to assess this. Also, the German government has not published a good evaluation of the law itself, which they promised to do, and we need to follow this closely, you know. Hopefully also, because it is such a global issue, the government will also publish this report in English. I don't know that, you know, but it's good that I participate here because I could send them an email and say, you know, it's important enough to publish this information in English, please do so. Now, what we are asking for, and this is something that such laws could also facilitate in other countries if they decided to devise them, is that it may be a good idea, and it really heavily depends on the legislation, on the concrete legislation in the country, how to go about it, and Indonesian law will be entirely different from German law. It can be a good thing to strengthen the enforcement of controlling illegal content. And I'm really talking about illegal content here. I do not like to use expressions like fake news or even problematic or hateful content, because this should be about illegal content. Now, if illegal content cannot be removed from the platforms, that is a huge problem. If you don't have enforcement measures that enable you to remove that illegal content, that should be changed, right? At the same time, and I'll end on that, if we enact these laws, we should make very sure that platforms should at the same time be obliged to offer effective channels of contestation. So, for example, if someone has his or her content taken down, they should be easily able to address the platform and say and argue, you wrongfully removed that content. This is protected by freedom of speech. This is not illegal speech, so give me an avenue to change this. And if this is not part of the law, and it's not really part of the, not effectively part of the German law, then I would see this as a major drawback and a major flaw in such a law.
Thank you, Matthias. From your last statement, I think I just remember that because I'm from Indonesia. In Indonesia, there's a website which it named Stop Hoax. So I think it's a public participation website to identify the wrong news. So because in Indonesia every day we can see in our WhatsApp people share something, information, content without knowing the legality or trueness of this information. So maybe we can have a question from one lady first and then second from, please.
Hello, and thank you for those remarks. I was wondering, maybe this is more directed to Matthias, but...
Sorry, can you identify yourself first?
Hi, I'm Nicole Darabian from Ofcom, the communications regulator in the UK. I was wondering, you talked about NetDGs, yes, I think that's the short form. I think you probably might be following discussions going on at the EU level about the Digital Service Act. There's a lot of discussions about the fact how that might be contradictory to some extent, some local laws or national laws. So I was just wanting to get your point of view on that and what do you think will be the way forward with this act if it's enacted?
Okay, I have to be a little humble here. Yes, I am trying to follow the discussions about the Digital Services Act, but there is no draft that we can really talk about. There's a lot of discussions going on, and I would reiterate what I just said. If we come up with ideas of how to control this, we have to make sure that the users have enough options to contest the decisions that are made by platforms. I think this is a core function of such a law. Now, from what I understand, and maybe you know more about this, from what I understand, there's also the discussion now starting whether we should shed the liability privileges from the notice and takedown idea, you know, and make platforms and companies, let's call it, more liable for the content they have on their platforms. I'm doubtful that this will be a possible solution to the problem we are facing, because again, I'm a big critic of the way companies like Facebook and Google/YouTube behave. At the same time, we have to appreciate that they opened channels of communication that we did not have before, and we do not want to destroy those. So I can make only this quite, you know, diffuse statement that we'll have to look at it closely whenever there is a clear proposition of what is being done, whether that strikes the balance that we envision. You know, it's not very helpful, but this is the state of the discussion I think we are in right now.
Hello, my name is Shrideep Rayamaji. I'm from Nepal. I'm going to share a case that happened in Nepal. So what had happened in Nepal was there was this singer who sang a song about the current corruption happening in Nepal. So what the government of Nepal did was, they didn't ask Facebook to pull down the song, but they went individually with the police to the person who was singing it down and changed the song and asked him to upload it again. So, you know, things are working in a different way in a lot of the places, and the problem is the same. You know, there is a lack of definition in between the illegal content and the rest. So everything is, you know, termed illegal. So that's the best thing to do for the government, because it's easy. And apart from that, if you look at the whole, you know, dynamics of South Asia, Asia, to be very specific, Asia, you know, whenever policies are done, we don't go for surveys. I mean to say, they will call, if there is some policies going on, they'll probably call few so-called experts. And these experts are either politically biased, either, you know, like they have their own regions. So that is the reason why policy don't come out in a proper way. And I think the best solution is, you know, multi-stakeholderism or multi-stakeholder practice is all about democracy. It's a democracy. Right? It is a democratic practice, but we don't see it as a part of democracy, because our government, our part of the region, we believe in closing, you know, we close everything. When we have to do a meeting, we'll go somewhere in a room and do it, rather than coming out and opening it up. So that is the problem. And apart from that, the definition, as you mentioned, there is no definition. All the content, you know, like if they feel it's uncomfortable, they label it illegal. And that is like majorly hitting all these things. And, you know, I'm a journalist. I've worked my way in, right? So for 17 years, I've worked as a journalist. So I strongly believe that except for the, you know, content that is really, you know, done by a news agency that turns out to be wrong, there is no such thing as fake news. Because for a news to become a news, there is a certain standards and procedures, right? For any information, it cannot be a news, you know. I strongly believe in this, because I went through that process and I know it, right? So I think we from the civil society, from the group, we need to work our way. You know, if a media house does a mistake, there is a certain organization, media organization that's supposed to take care of it, right? So this is the thing. You know, this is, you know, we are jumbling up everything. And that is the reason why we are in a mess. Because just because a US president came in and said fake news, fake news, fake news, we are going on fake news, fake news, fake news. Because it existed prior to, you know, President Trump. It was there. Disinformation was there. And we don't realize this. So I think a high time has come in when we start working on the basic you know, problems that we have, especially when in terms of information dissemination and how information should be valued, how information should be categorized, only then we can, reach out for successful policies. We can make better mechanism to control all these activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good perspective from Nepal. I would like to ask Irene if you have some comments on, because this is about terminology and lack of definition. Is it fair to say fake news? Is it fair for journalists with the terminology fake news? What do you think?
I think, as I mentioned in my opening statement, I think that term is very problematic, and I do agree with your view that it preceded President Trump's use of the term, right? It is a global problem, and as more and more people become connected, and yet the speed of connectivity isn't necessarily accompanied with an increase in digital literacy, it just becomes problematic to use the term fake news because, as Matthias said, it has been used to refer to a number of, a wide-ranging types of content, not just illegal and hateful content, but also false or misleading content, right? But I actually want to get Damar's take on this because, as he mentioned earlier, the Southeast Asian region, there are a number of countries in that region that have enacted fake news laws, or otherwise called online falsehoods law in Singapore, for instance, and I think other countries in the region might follow suit. So it'd be good to hear from Damar again about this.
Thank you. I can feel you from Nepal. I come also from Southeast Asia, where actually the situation is not ideal like in Europe, in Germany. Where the process of legislation is actually biased. And I will highlight on how the government or how the lawmaker and decision makers try to put fake news. They will put the fake news inside, or the falsehood inside what they define as cybersecurity. So they approaching fake news from a perspective of, this is about the national security. This is not about what we think what fake news is. So they try to forming a numbers of cybersecurity policies that actually will worsen the situation. It will counterproductive and tend to violate the digital rights. And also that it always threaten the recognition of human rights and democracy. You say by yourself, the product of journalistic is supposed to be protected because we have the press law and everything, but it's easily twisted in the experience because the state or the government will say the otherwise. Well, when they say it's not journalistic at all, it's against the policy of the government, so they easily can put the journalist to the jail. So. I will also want to highlight that what happened in Indonesia, we have stophoax.id, the digital literacy, the movement from the government and also from the civil society. But it is not enough because the problem is not only about opening the mind of the netizen, the person who uses social media, but also have to upgrade the capacity of their self to secure themselves against the attack, this weaponized social media as a way to attack people. So they have to train digital security to the society, to the women, to children, and then to how to protect themselves from an attack using the social media as a way to spreading everything that what is wrong. So just threaten the society that if you spreading hoax, you will go to jail. It's not the right way. I think they have to combine with the digital security training. That's what we do, SafeNet in the Southeast Asia country. We train women, we train journalists, we train human rights defenders how to protect themselves from, for instance, the unlawful surveillance from DDoS attack. those kind of training, I think those kind of materials should be done also by the government, also by other CSO. Thank you.
Okay, I think would like to give the second session for the question. You want to ask? Okay, please.
Good morning. I'm Vlix from Netherlands. I would like to asking Matthias and Irene. So my first question for Matthias, because we know that Germany is part of the EU, when the algorithm works, define about this hate speech or the crime contents, is it like, are you considering only the Germany law or also you considering the EU? For example, like, okay, you choose like some the algorithm or something, also like you must thinking about how about the EU policy about this thing. And for Miss Irene, I would like to asking you, because you mentioned about the Indonesia was government was shut down twice during the election. So my question, when your laboratory research conduct this research, do you also contact the government or other stakeholder and find out why they shut down for twice? Because if we see from the human right or the public speaking, this is not really good for the international because they suddenly shut down, especially in the election time. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get one more question or comment. If not, and then I'll give to Matthias.
Okay, so I think there is a clear answer to your question in this case. It's, I mean, rare enough. The question, or the laws that regulate freedom of expression and speech are national laws. And that is true in the EU as well. There's no harmonization of freedom of expression in the EU. There are certain guidelines that you can argue come from, for example, the human rights frameworks that we apply here, and that basically every country is obliged to follow. Now, enforcement of that is problematic because, for example, if you go to the European Court of Human Rights, it is a court, and the signature countries have said that they will abide the rulings of the court, but in practice this is more difficult than in theory. Now, where it becomes a little complicated is the overlap with the laws we already talked about. For example, the European directive that regulates intermediary liability. Because what happens there is that you have on a European scale and on a European level these liability rules of when you as a platform or a publisher become liable for content that is on your platform. So this is sort of a meta-regulation that is a European regulation. But how to apply it stays national, because if you argue that, for example, the content on the platform is illegal, you do that on the grounds of the national law. And then, for example, the platform can invoke that they are not liable because they didn't have any prior knowledge about it, and they can only act after you've notified them. So there is this interaction between the European and the national law, but the definition of what is legal in terms of speech is national.
Thank you for the question. So the shutdown actually happened in the province of, in the region of Papua, where protests happened, so it wasn't during the time of election. In terms of the reasoning that the government provided as to why they shut down the internet, the reason that was provided, or at least what was explained to the media, was that shutdown was necessary to restore order. Again, as Damar pointed out, measures like shutdowns are carried out in the name of national security, and certainly restoring public order has been put forward as one of the reasons as to why. So in terms of contacting the government, I'm going to pass that to Damar, because he's the civil society. He's part of the civil society group that is based in Indonesia, and therefore can shed some light on that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I will specifically answer the questions about whether we contact the government or not. And then, actually, Indonesia has 3 times internet shutdowns, and the second time we contact the government to have a meeting with the minister, and then the minister himself meet us with I myself with the 20 groups from Indonesia who asking the government to stop the internet shutdown. And then I think I will be honest that what the minister said in the release, the press release, they said it's about controlling the hoax, the fake news. But actually in the meeting, it's more about this, restoring the social order during the social conflicts. So I would like to say that we are really regret how the government chose to use this action without asking other groups outside the government. For instance, the CSOs. Is it necessary to do that or not? Or is it there is a process of doing that we can easily understand? And is there any standard operating procedures regarding the internet shutdown? And then there is no such thing as that process. So it's a one-sided decision coming from the government. So there is no open discussion how to do it. So we are asking. Actually, that's the basis that we want the government to take seriously. And then right now, last week, we already submit a legal lawsuit to the government. And hopefully, from this process, the government will stop doing the internet shutdown in the future, and then doing a good governance process if they want to do it, the internet shutdown. Thank you.
Just a short comment. So during that shutdown, does the government also not allow the international media to report or something, or they just allow it, the international media?
They allow the international media to report.
So maybe I see a good thing that there's still communication up to the highest level of the government with the CSO in Indonesia. I don't know if it's also the same situation in Europe or maybe in Germany. What do you think?
I would say yes. I mean, this is one of the most contested issues that is debated or, on the national level, but also on the European level. So I wouldn't say that there is no communication happening. There's a lot of criticism, as I already said, by civil society organizations, both aimed at the platforms, but also at governments making laws that, as I argued, some of us see as problematic for free speech. There is this situation that right now the European Commission apparently asked France to withhold an attempt to enact a new law that is supposed to regulate the spread of disinformation on the internet. And many people assume that this is because there is this Digital Services Act coming, which is supposed to be a European regulation that tackles a couple of these issues. So there is a lot of discussion going on at the same time, all the time. The problem for organizations like ours is how to make sense of it, because, as you know, 28 countries, 24 languages, the European level, and the very complicated lawmaking process on the European level. So let's say understanding who has what motivation and what goals is a real challenge. And then if you have your own positions, of course you need to find other organizations and other actors you can form coalitions with. But as we already said, for example, with that Digital Services Act, it's quite unclear right now, what it should entail. So there's a lot of, let's say, backroom discussions. And of course, this is something where civil society is usually not included. So this is a challenge to find out what, for example, lawmakers are discussing there.
Yes, please.
Yes, Sangha Penggabean from the Indonesian Embassy here in Berlin. Just want to add up because the question I think was asked yesterday to the minister about the situation in Papua, and I think the minister said that the term is not shutdown of the internet, but the slowdown of the internet. Thank you.
It's not shut down, it's a slowdown. I think we still have one or two questions more before we exhausted the session. Any more comment or question? Or I would like to give maybe each of the panel to give one or two final remarks, closing.
The only thing I can say is we would like to know better what to do, but we don't. I think it became very apparent that, first of all, these discussions have to be very contextual. So you have a different idea of what, for example, hateful speech and acceptable or unacceptable speech is in Indonesia than we have in Germany. We have a different understanding of that than the British have, right? So, we are close together, we are in the EU, we still have different ideas of what this is. So it needs to be contextual, it needs to stay contextual, and the challenge that arises then is that you have platforms that are global, that are not bound by one jurisdiction, and this poses basically this problem or this paradox that we are faced with, that we are looking for a kind of global regulation, which is impossible because we don't have a global lawmaking body. You could think of the United Nations, but to assume that the United Nations will have a treaty, for example, on speech and protection of speech is basically completely unrealistic at the moment. And as I said myself, speech is very contextual, so it's probably not even something that we should aspire to. So this is why these discussions are or why it is so hard to come up with solutions.
Okay, I think it's the problem for the UN also addressed by the Secretary General 2 days ago on the opening ceremony. He said this is a very difficult question to be handled also, and in the state level there's a lot of still big debate on how to address questions relating to the digital platform era in ICT in the whole world, I think. So I think if we are exhausted of questions and comments, I think I don't know how can I sum up. I think a lot of things have been discussed. Oh, Irene, okay.
Oh, sorry. So I will just say that I think evidence-based research is necessary to document the ways in which governments around the world are trying to handle the issue of fake news, which is increasingly becoming a global problem. And I would like to stress that we need the involvement of civil society, much like SafeNet, so the Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network, to continue to demand transparency and accountability from governments, especially as they pursue methods such as internet shutdowns or slowdowns, as the minister called it yesterday, as well as censorship and filtering to contend with fake news. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Damar, no any more?
Just a short closing. I really like the idea of multi-stakeholder approach, but in the reality, it's very hard, especially in Southeast Asia. But this one has to be pressed. We have to send a message to the government to put us to listen to the academics, to listen to the technologies, and then to involve them in the looking for the solution. And I would like to, since the Southeast Asia region has the tendency to copying each other regulation. So this is very important to have a widened monitoring. If the Malaysia start having a fake news law, and then the Singapore start having another one, actually the rest of the region will follow. And then if they are making an adoption based on something that they think it suits only best in their countries, but not following the standard of human rights, there the situation in the region will fall down. That's the important to civil society in the region also work together to send analysis and then also monitoring to each other to give also support and solidarity between the CSO to giving feedbacks on or inputs to the government also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to conclude the session, and I thank all the panelists who's coming and also the participation of everybody here. I hope we can take some stock of what is happening in some region in the world, and then to give us inputs in your any future endeavors. I think. Okay, thank you very much, and good morning.
Yes, it works. Hope so. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Please have a seat. We are about to start that session, hopefully in time. Exactly, Vittorio. I'm about to fix this in a second, but I want people to please sit if you can. So I will officially open that session. Thank you for coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for this open forum, number 38. As it is rightly written on the door, it's about exceptional access in the future of internet security. Well, it will be about encryption, and in no way we will discuss consolidation. That was a previous title. Okay, it's being removed. It's me on the screen. It's way better. Although consolidation is a very important dossier for the Internet Society, but we won't discuss this today. My name is Frederick Donk. I'm the director of the European Regional Bureau. I'm very happy on behalf of the Internet Society to welcome you today, to welcome our community. We have this habit to organize a session where we talk about our work, about ISOC is doing. So the conversation of today will be behind this complex title. It will be much about encryption, and you will understand why it is so important for us. Before we get there, I'll have the pleasure to introduce Rinalia Abdulrahim, who is our Senior Vice President for Strategy Implementation. And I would like you, Rinalia, if you can just say a few words about our plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Good morning, everyone. Have you all had your morning coffee? I hope so. Need you alert for this session? Okay, I see smiles and nods. That's good. I'd like to set a bit of context for the session that you're going to have today in terms of what the Internet Society thinks is important. Some of you may have noticed that on Monday, the Internet Society released its action plan for the year 2020. And in this action plan, there are 8 projects. It's unheard of for the Internet Society to have projects that are less than 30 in a year. So it's the first time that we're actually focusing. And the reason that we are focusing is because we want to be able to demonstrate our impact. And by focusing, it helps us to be able to concentrate our resources and to show the impact that we have on the internet around the world. In the next 6 years, between the year 2020 and the year 2025, we will be focused on building a stronger internet and a bigger internet. And in the action plan, from the 8 projects, you will have a sense of what that means. For example, in the bigger internet section, you will see efforts or projects like community networks, building the capacity of the technical community where it doesn't exist to help deploy infrastructure, and expanding infrastructure for the internet through establishing internet exchange points. Between last year and this year, we've established 40 internet exchange points around the world, and about 15 of those are in the region of Africa. So that's just an example of what we're doing on building a bigger internet. The session today is part of the focus on building a stronger internet. And some of the key projects under this area include stronger routing security under the Manus project, or deploying network time security, which doesn't yet exist. And this should concern everyone, because when network time is not secure, your transactions on the internet are not secure, including your financial transactions. So it's not in place yet, and the Internet Society is starting to work on it. Encryption is one of our flagship projects. It's been a focus for a really long time, and end-to-end encryption is something that is essential for a stronger internet. And this session will help you understand why. So I wish you all the best, and I ask that you take a look at our action plan, because what we would like to do is to work with everyone to create an internet that is for everyone, that is bigger, enough to cover everyone on the planet, but also stronger to make it secure for everyone as well. Thank you. Over to you, Fred.
Thank you, Rinalia, and thank you for this introduction. So we all have the context, which lead me to then go into the session in question. So what's the format? You know the format already. We will talk about encryptions, but we will like to hear from you. So expect in 20 minutes when we will have shut down the doors so nobody can escape, expect us to ask you to break out in different sessions and feedback us on how you see those issues from your different perspective. So I'm very pleased and honored to have 3 experts on encryption. I'm telling you, those guys knows a lot. I will introduce them all and I will ask the first questions. And I will ask them, I know all of them could talk about encryption about hours, and I will ask them to be very short. That would be 5-6 minutes so that we have time for the reflection. Starting to introduce Luc, Klaus Landefeld, just sitting next to Rinalia. Klaus is the vice chair of the board of directors of ECHO, the German Association of the Internet Industry, and the director of Infrastructure Networks. Thanks for being there, Klaus. We have Peter Koch, the president of the Internet Society German chapter. Thank you much, Peter. And last but not least, Olaf Koltmann, our CTO from the Internet Society. And I would like to start with you, Olaf. We will talk about encryption, but what is encryption, please?
Gosh, I didn't see that coming. Yeah, encryption. Encryption is, in essence, a very, very technical topic when you get down to the details of it. But on a high level, it is a methodology to keep our communications when we communicate to each other, or our data when we store it anywhere confidential, protect its integrity, so making sure that it's not being changed, and making sure, in often case, that we can authenticate where our communication comes from. Those 3 things are very, very important. Confidentiality is something that we depend on when going about our daily business in the life of the internet, because there are so many other parties that can look at what we're doing when we're on the internet. The internet is a global system, and our data goes about the internet in many, many different ways. When you start your day and you look at your diary stored somewhere in the cloud. Would you want somebody to look at your diary? Maybe you have nothing to hide, but maybe you have an important appointment that indicates that you're dating, or you're meeting with a bank, or you're going to go to a hospital. When data is stored in the cloud or with a service, it is very important that that data is encrypted. It's not always the case. And if those data are then stolen, what happens then? Well, then you have these big data breaches, because everybody can read what your social security number is, your bank account number, your credit card number, your home address, your birthday, all the type of things that you don't want to see stolen. Finally, we have these things. These things are filled with our personal information. What happens if they're stolen? Not only can people, make endless calls on your bill, but there's so much valuable information. I don't want to lose this because my credit card is in here physically, but on the device itself too. There's a lot of information that you really don't want to see exposed. The problem in the internet is that the attack surface on the internet is a global one. That means that anybody from any place in the world can, in essence, attack our conversations or listen to our conversations, if carefully planned, so to speak. And that is why we protect our systems with encryption. And the way that those systems are designed are such that you cannot trust anybody. That is, the design of the system is built such that any party in the system cannot be trusted except the user at the endpoint, except the user who is entrusted with a password or a key or something. The encryption mechanisms are all open and public. so that everybody can validate, and you don't necessarily have to trust the inventor of this algorithm. No, you can. Everybody, every scientist that has a little bit of clue about this can actually assess whether that encryption mechanism is valid. The implementation's usually open source, so that you don't have to trust a specific entity that says, yeah, you can trust me. You can trust me, that's okay, nothing to see here. No, you don't have to trust me, you can look yourself. That's what we call a zero trust architecture. Exceptional access is the wish of government entities for access to encrypted communication. Often for very valid policy reasons, for public safety and so on and so forth. The issue on the internet is that we have not found a way in a zero trust architecture where we do not have to trust on the implementation and the policies around that type of exceptional access. Introducing somebody else in your conversation without you knowing it. On a global scale, that is very hard to acquire. We don't know, technically, how to do that, how we trust the German government to get into our communication under lawful, protection of individuals, and at the same time, not allow any other government to get into our communication, because we may not trust the procedures in that other place. So there is both a very real technical question. There is no consensus how you can build this type of architectures in a zero trust architecture, so to speak, how you can build exceptional access, whether it's backdoors or front doors. Those are all words that fall in this context. It's not possible. People don't know this yet. Well, there are valid policy concerns, I would say. I'm not going to argue that. So that is encryption and exceptional access in a nutshell. And with that, back to...
1 minute.
No, I'm good. I've said what I said.
Okay. Well, you're excellent. Thank you. From your perspective, Klaus, representing ECO, what is your take on encryption? What is the situation from your perspective?
Yes, obviously from an industry perspective, encryption has become very important, especially since Snowden, since 2013. People are really interested that their data is secure, that data in transfer is secure, but also stored data is secure. Which leads to this interesting quest that you have an adversary here, which are states and law enforcement, which is typically not the adversary you view as an adversary, but it's someone helping to bring about security and safety. At least that goes for most countries, I believe. So the discussions we're having right now are actually not so much about encryption. That is a bit strange, maybe, but about the question of how can it's not the question of how can access to data in transfer be arranged, because the data in transfer, the encryption mechanisms are supposedly secure and they typically are secure, which leads to the question, how can I access data before encryption or after decryption of the data? So access to devices, which leads us to the question about how secure are operating systems. Is there an exceptional access to operating systems? Can companies be compelled to weaken their encryption mechanisms or give access to devices which are typically encrypted? We've seen that in the case of the FBI versus Apple, for example. But in a lot of countries, there's also discussion right now about how is access to stored data being arranged. Is it allowed that data which is stored with cloud service providers, for example, can that be encrypted by the company? We always have to differentiate between end-to-end security. This is what we've just been introduced to. So should a user arrange security for themselves, or will a company do that for them? Do you rely on a service provider to encrypt data for you and decrypt data or store data securely for you? That is very difficult for industry, because typically when we encrypt and store data for you, we can be compelled by governments to actually release that data or decrypt that data. Only when encryption is arranged by the users themselves will it be really secure, because you can do what is most important with the typically public mechanisms and algorithms being used. The actual strong point of encryption is in the keys, is in the secrets being used to encrypt. And you have to do that yourself, store them locally, and only you yourself have to arrange for these keys to be held with you, which is incompatible with the know-how of most users. Most users do not have the technical means, the know-how to do that. So they will rely on companies doing it for them. That's a paradigm problem which we as industry try to solve. Most security mechanisms on the market right now, but by itself, are secure, will either give you in transit, in storage, on your local device, will actually be very safe, but we might be compelled to release that data. And that is really the discussion we're having, and which I would like to discuss here as well. What are the positions, what can individuals do to further that discussion locally, that the real security is in arranging it locally, not having the exceptional access by governments, because that is really the problem we're having right now. Thank you.
Thank you for spotting these questions. It was my question that I was looking forward to ask these questions to the group of people here. Is that clear? Do you have any questions to either Olaf or Klaus? Because that is a key issue from our perspective. So don't hesitate to just raise your hands if you don't see that clearly, because yes, as Klaus said, we would like to discuss that with you. Okay, obviously it's clear. Let's go then to you, Peter. I know you had a meeting here in Germany a couple of days ago about this with a lot of different German stakeholders. Can you report back on what happened there?
Yeah, thank you, Frederick. And indeed, the German chapter had an annual event just on Sunday, the day -1 of the IGF here in Berlin, where we invited our members and the public to a panel session to discuss the topic of encryption and regulation of encryption and breaking, quote, quote, encryption, although I'll build on what Klaus said when it comes to breaking. Let me say maybe one word, that in the German language, we don't distinguish between safety and security. We use the same word, so as some other languages do, which makes some discussions a bit more complicated. Well, that's the German part, of course. I'm probably missing the punchline when I translate what the topic of the session was, but it's more safety by less cryptography. That's what the theme of the session was. And this goes back to what Olaf said. What are we talking about today when we talk about breaking encryption? Let me go back a bit in history, maybe. So Olaf already explained that this is very technical, and without going into details, we do have encryption algorithms and encryption schemes, and some are weaker than others and some are better than others, and then we usually use keys of a different strength. And back in the day, when this encryption was invented, there were, very early on, there were perceptions of danger of having encrypted communication because, yes, governments or military or other interested parties couldn't listen in. Well, they could listen in on cables still, but they would just get garbled information. And what happened was that there were export restrictions on this. You could only export software that would use keys of a length that hopefully the criminal around the corner would not be able to break, but the state actor would be able to break. That went away because, of course, in international trade and communications, it is important to protect the end-to-end, again, communication between parties against a variety of actors. And actually using weak keys would also give access to unintended parties, not the state actors, but maybe the criminal organization that is a bit more equipped, or that has the support of another state actor and the resources and so on and so forth. So way beyond that. And then when people talk about breaking encryption, there's sometimes the idea that the scheme itself could be broken. And there is an arms race, of course, between people who develop the encryption algorithms and people who try to break them. And actually, the people who try to break these algorithms, they are very, very important because they deliver the peer review, so to speak, of the public scrutiny on the strength of the algorithms. Most of them are considered secure because researchers in transparent processes all over the world weren't able to break them over a long period of time. That's what we rely on. And then there is some mathematical and computer science information theory behind why we think they are strong, but this is something that is very much founded in scientific evidence or scientific practice, I should say. Which means that the idea that we could break the scheme that is in theory still possible, and then once in a while you find news articles where people say that they broke something. That might be the case when it comes to older algorithms, but not the ones today. So when, again, people talk about breaking encryption, it's not so much about attacking the mathematics behind it. It is about finding other doors into the encrypted channel. That is either, it is like if you're in a secure tunnel, then you're fine, but then you need to get into the tunnel at one end, and you might want to get out of the tunnel at the other end. If the enemy, quote, is at either end, they can, of course, whatever you do in that secure tunnel, at the end they will catch you. And this is also what happens with encryption. Now, what can be done? You can dig holes into tunnels. This is like getting in, and that's one idea, that the encryption could be not intercepted, but you could mimic somebody. You could mimic the real end of the tunnel and instead be a party that should not be part of the conversation. That's one part that is thought about, and that Olaf mentioned that already. How could we forge the recipient? Because this whole security thing is not only about the encryption, the confidentiality of the communication. What's very important is that you are very, very certain that you're talking to the right partner on the other side, and that you're talking only to that partner and not some other party that is in that encryption, unless, of course, you intend to communicate with a number of partners at the same time. So the undetected addition of able recipients is what is when people talk about breaking the encryption, which is a misnomer a bit, but we need to live with that. And that's what much of the ideas are. So we had a member of parliament from the opposition party, from one of the opposition parties, I should say. We had Klaus on the panel. We unfortunately, and really that person had to bail out on the very last minute. We would love to have a person from the Ministry of the Interior who is in charge of the cyber capabilities. So we had to go a bit around that. And we had somebody from data protection and really a scientist in criminal research. One of the claims that was brought forward is, one of the claims of state authorities and others is that, everybody's going dark through encryption. Terrorists and criminals use encryption. They drink water and they eat bread. With the encryption, of course, all the capabilities of this untempered communication is also available to those criminals and other bad actors. That's true. The claim is that authorities are going dark. And the researcher made that remark that is a very narrow view on this whole scenario, because in addition to encryption, law enforcement today has a lot of other opportunities. Olaf showed you his smartphone. And you know what? When that is seized, under certain circumstances, information can be gathered. There's access to lots of chat logs that is available. That wasn't available to law enforcement like 25 years ago, because not everybody took written notes from their side conversation in some spooky corner of the city. This is what happens today, right? So that's one important point, to look at the overall balance. What additional information does IT and communication deliver that wasn't present before? And that needs to be balanced and compared with what additional can be hidden by encryption and encrypted communication. So that's one takeaway. And the other is probably that these exceptional circumstances and the regulation are very difficult. The technology is very, very much intent neutral. The cryptographic scheme doesn't know whether you are communicating your bank details or whether in that encrypted stream there's your plan to rob your bank, or maybe another bank, but anyway. That is not to decide for that scheme, and of course it cannot be decided from the outside because it's all encrypted. Now you can have somebody who is a suspect, and that's the thing where it gets technically interesting. So what to do? We're not talking about mass surveillance here, that's another story, but if we have a suspect or a limited number of suspects, what is available then? How could this addition of an additional hidden recipient, how could that work? And that's maybe where the discussion is going to go on a technical level. And I think I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Peter, thank you. I appreciate that all our three experts have taken three different angles, so you have a very whole view of encryption issues. So back to the session, actually back to you. So my colleagues, they know who they are, will help me for the breaking sessions. And we have the luck also to have each of our experts coming to one of the three groups. So let's constitute three groups. We're very easy. We are having three parts of the room, so one group, another group, and a third group. Please, colleagues, if you can stand up and help us to gather all the people, herding cats, and having those three groups, defining who will be reporting. The questions that you may ask yourself, of course, are the situation in your respective country. Do you see encryption or the threat? What are the reasoning that are being expressed for encryptions to be broken in your country? Do you have any perspective on this? This is also to help us better promoting what we just discussed. So how could we improve the narrative about the importance of encryption? What is your role? How do you see your own role with your own respective community when you get back home? Those are the different issues that we would invite you to discuss, plus any other, plus questions that you may have. All the three speakers spoke about the importance of not only backdoors, but updoors that governments might just build. Ghost users, what not mentioned, but this is one of the trick that some governments may be willing to find. We would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So, with this in mind, I see Raquel is already in order. Please gather people. I see Raquel there. We have Leah over there, and we have Geran here behind me. Could we please try to have three equal groups to work on, and then I will ask Olaf and you, Peter, and you, Klaus, to just meet those groups and discuss with them. Thank you very much. Raquel, you can take a mic and speak.
I will. So thank you, Frederick. The fellows who are also going to help, please, if you can spread into the groups and come over. Thank you.
Okay, okay, 5 minutes, everybody. 5 minutes, thank you. One minute, time for conclusion, please. 1 minute.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am. Can I give you one
Oh, yeah.
microphone?
This
There you
is
go.
And you just also introduce yourself and name.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm the party pooper. I will have to interrupt you. I will ask each of the group would receive a microphone, and I will ask each of you in each group to take the lead and report back. I'm sorry, it's always the same. It's very painful to interrupt you. I apologize for this, but that's how it works. It's nearly 1 o'clock and we will be expelled from this room. So stay where you are. The microphone come to your group and I will ask each of the group to report back. Please, who want to start by way of hand? Turning. Geran, your group, could you please stand up? Could I have your attention? Please stay where you are. It's okay. And listen to each other. Please, group of Syrian, please go. Introduce yourself and please report.
Hello. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Louis. I'm from the ISOC Youth Ambassador. I was tasked to report on the discussion that my group has had, and it was a very fruitful discussion. We spoke about, firstly, that there must be more conversations on decentralizations, on dark webs, blockchains, and etc., and not purely focusing on encryption. And the other thing that we discussed was that it is also important to know that to allow an exceptional access would mean to create an opportunity not only for the law enforcers to use, but also a potential space for the bad actors to abuse. And therefore, when we design an encryption, we must, the recommendation is to remove there's any need of trust of users using that technology in good faith, because if you allow an exceptional access, it's always open to bad actors to abuse. We've also spoke about the importance of raising awareness and humanizing the dialogue in regards to encryption, and allow both lawmakers and users of this technology to know the importance of this encryption, and at the same time the potential cons or the adverse effects of having exceptional access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And make sure that you share those conclusions with Geran, who has led the group with you, because we will take that on board. Thank you very much. Second group, Leah, your group. Could you please report back from your group, Leah? Who is in charge?
Hello, everyone.
Thank you. Introduce yourself, please.
I am hearing from the ISOC, IGF Youth Ambassadors. In our group, we talk about the importance of encryption, the role of the government about it, what are the issues around personal countries, where people are more easy to speak. Companies have to have a more secure structure about the data, and also they have to have a law protection according to the Australia. Local perspective about encryption can be different. So on the other end, we have the personal rights, and on the other end, we have to protecting the rights. We also talked about the law enforcement, precisely about Switzerland, and also there are some awareness, but we are still dealing with some issues. We made a verses about the privacy and the enforcement, and we need to let the government bring encryption when it needs to be done. We also talked about how to promote the law in protection and how to implement it. Not also to just bring it, but also to implement it, so every citizen can understand what is the encryption, what is important for them. We also talked about how people should know their rights to speak one-to-one. So someone from Facebook said that, and it was really important. We talked also about open policies, and we realized that we need bigger debates on values when it comes to encryption, privacy, and security. And we talked also about the socializing laws. And we talk also about the Congo, where we need to have more human rights about privacy, what is important to have it. And in other hand, we realize that it is not only to have encryption, but it's also about to being secure, and every citizen can understand on a national and an international level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leah, make sure we have those conclusions as well. Turning to you, Raquel, who's from your group is reporting. Please.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Hi, so we had a very fruitful discussion on encryption and why it matters. And the starting inception point on which we dwelled upon was why citizens caring about encryption should think about to strike the right balance between privacy and security. And one of the suggestions that our group thought of was maybe a spiral development framework to reinforce the rule of law and maintain the dichotomy of privacy and security, which can go a long way in ensuring that encryption is done. Then we had comments from various participants like regarding the backup services infrastructure or backup of data and what problem and what implications it would have for vulnerability groups like youth, women, and marginalized groups, and how the importance of data could yield to awareness of encryption in the future. Then there was discussion about how not only awareness is important, but encryption is a very broad spectrum and it needs to be understood from various viewpoints of a multi-stakeholder policy group from the point of view of a technologist or an economist or an maybe academician. So we need to have all communities in common to build the future technology and leverage platforms to integrate solutions to make data more informative, more accessible, and more encrypted. How controlled access of data can yield to end-to-end point encryption was also discussed, and there were solutions, which were proposed by the group to foster the encryption in the internet ecosystem and make sure that a proactive approach is taken both by the government and the stakeholders and the end users and the companies, and make sure that encryption is a viable thing in the future as well. Then there was a very good point this lady mentioned about the distrust in government in some parts and how to ensure that there is balance between companies, users, and government's access to information. We touched upon risk points in the process of encryption. And the solution that we came up with was how internet education, especially encryption in curriculum, can go a long way in teaching about what basically encryption is from a technological point of view to a policymaker so that he makes better laws for it. And lastly, we had a comment from Kenya, one of the participants from Kenya, Africa, in the context of a developing nation, that how security of public law-keeping regulation for access to information is sometimes leads to confusion as to how to make an informed choice about which platform to use. So we dwelled upon these various touch points, and it was a very fruitful discussion. I'm thinking about solutions. It was a very limited time, I would say. So I would request the participants or the IGF committee to give us more time, maybe in Poland next year, to take this forward discussion. And yes, so these are some of the solutions we touched upon, and we look forward to further deliberations of the conference. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so applause to all of you. You realize what we are able to do in just 20 minutes, and I agree with the last speaker. I would love to continue this conversation. The good news is that these conversations will continue. As Rinalia said, please check our 2020 plan that has just been released, in which you will see that encryption is one of the key projects that ISOC will endeavor, hopefully with you, in the next coming weeks, months, and years. So thanks a million for your participations. So sorry that we have to interrupt, but we can continue discussing this around during the lunch or wherever you meet. I would like to thank our speakers close. You, Peter, Olaf just disappeared, and my colleague from ISOC who helped organize these sessions. And thanks to you, this meeting is ended. Thank you very much again. Bye.
Lusophone chapter oriented for young people who speak the Portuguese language. My main action so far, leading the chapter, was
Yulia.
Raz.
It's always on, so you can't turn it off. Yeah. So if you want to start, feel free.
Already?
No, we sit now and when...
But I guess you'll be around at one point in another capacity.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. Just to give you, this is for next. This is to go back.
Facciamo la storia. Tanto ancora non è...
No, io non lo so.
No, aspetta.
How do you know if we're starting?
No, I think Yulia will open first.
So when you're switching between seeing the delegates and the presentation, you have to like pick from the technicians. Okay? Or if you're gonna just let the presentation.
That way.
Can we share the...
No, because this one is always it's the English writing thingy. So when
No, no.
not everyone can read what he's speaking. So we only have like the ones who.
You basically have to stand. That's why. No, but it could be weird in here because not all the people see me. Only like this close people see me. So that's why I kind of don't know, but this might be hard to see from theirs. Well, I don't know. Honestly. You're the moderator. No, I'm gonna speak first. Per serio, facciamo finta che stiamo parlando. Tanto che cazzo ne so leggendo.
Nadia è accesa. Nadia, il microfono.
Celle qui a parlé en plénière, on l'a demandé à la... That's in a completely wrong direction.
Yulia, and then Maria, and then you, and then Junior.
Every sentence will say that it's probably... yeah, that the needs have to be done. No. Access needs to be insured for all, organic for all, contemplate insurance.
Ну, садитесь.
Yeah, it's very first class, so just stick with insuring. Fine. I'll look at it after.
Raz.
Vai, fai il serio.
Ho perso il treno, ma poi
È acceso.
All right.
Good afternoon to everybody. Sorry, I will be like a walk-in moderator, I think, because it just to make it the more interactive as possible. So good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends. I would propose to start and to open this open forum, co-organized by the European Union delegation to the IGF, as well as the Youth IGF movement. So we have a number of distinguished guests today with us. We have the members of the European Parliament, as well as the ICANN board. We have a distinguished guest from the Digital French Council. Thank you so much for joining us today, and very thankful words as well for the European Union delegation to the IGF, who kindly helped us to put this open forum together, and he and the whole team actually who helped to throughout the process as well. So very warm thanks for being here today with us. I think the idea of this open forum is really to have the dialogue between the global players, global leaders, and the, I would say, and I don't afraid this word, the youth leaders who are the activists and real leaders from the youth today. So my name is Julia Morenets. I'm from, and please have a seat with us. I'm Julia Morenets from the organization called TAC, Together Against Cybercrime International. And we operate the Youth IGF movement. Actually, we work on 3 pillars. And the third pillar of our work is the awareness raising on online safety. And we operate the Youth IGF movement since 2011. I would like to present our distinguished guests. We have the member of the European Parliament, Mrs. Karen Melchior. So thank you for being with us. We have as well Mrs. Alexandra Giese here present. We have a privilege to have Matthew Shears as well with us, and Salva Tocco from the Digital French Council. We have also friends from the Portuguese delegation, I can see. Thank you for joining, and a number of other great people and young people present in the room. So I have maybe to say a few words about the Youth IGF and Youth IGF movement. As you can see, we have been created in 2011, acted actually by the MAG at this time as well. It stayed a little bit European in Europe. We organized the first meeting with the young people in the same year, and then it stayed a little bit European. Then we went more global in 2016, and today we are present, as you can see, in 35 countries around the world. We have great activists and who became actually leaders present with us here today. We have Junior Sanfleur from Haiti. I don't know if you can identify yourself. Thank you. We have also Innocent from Uganda. We have Suad from Algeria. I don't know if she's here, but maybe she's looking for the room. We have a Portuguese colleague, but he has to leave, but we have a very nice message from him. We have Maria from Ukraine. If you can identify yourself, Maria. And we have Agita from Indonesia as well. And Michael from Lebanon, and we have a few and a great number of the young people from other countries that I don't know personally, but you will be able to identify yourselves as well. So it has been created, as I said, in 2011. In 2016, we really somehow happened to become global, present in 36 countries. And by working in these countries, the young leaders, the young activists actually, they were able to identify 4 priority areas. These 4 priority areas have been also identified during these bilateral meetings with the global leaders, with the European Union delegation, and the 4 areas are the following: the online safety, cybersecurity, counterfeited products with the focus on fake medicines online, and the DNS, domain name system. So in these all 4 priorities, they work and organize activities, seminars, but also they went beyond, and actually they organized and was able to develop targeted projects. And it's very interesting. I think this meeting is really the dialogue between you, the global players, and the young activists today. But also the idea is to show that actually by coming from scratch, just being a young person interested in these topics and subjects, we can become a real leader and have a real impact. So I will stop there, not to bore you more with the opening words, and maybe I will go will kindly ask the members of the European Parliament for the few key opening words before we go to see the tangible examples from the young people. So, Mrs. Gysi, or would you like to? Mrs. Melchior, thank you.
We'll go with Karen Melchior first. Thank you so much for being here and taking your time to be here. I think it's really important that it's not just old people that are here, but we also listen to what is actually the majority of the world population. I was elected to the European Parliament this year after having been engaged in politics since 2012. I'm old, I am 39. I have a career as a diplomat behind me, and I followed what happened both with the publication of some cartoons in Denmark that gave rise to demonstrations around the world, mainly Muslim countries, that were organized by blogs and text messages. And I, as a diplomat at the time, found it very interesting how networks could create movements that governments didn't know what to do with. And with the revolutions and uprisings in 2011 in North Africa and the Middle East, this has become even more apparent. And that's what made me engaged in working on digital issues as a politician. And I want to make sure that we have an open and free internet that enables citizens to be able to control their governments and hold the authorities to account, but that we do not allow citizens and consumers to be subjects of mass surveillance, both in a commercial but also at a state level. So it's that's sort of one of the main issues that I want to be working on politically, but also to make sure that we use the networks and the innovation that the internet provides to use it for innovation, and that we don't over-regulate it in a way that protects old businesses and business models. And that's a challenge in these days because, well, both of the things are a challenge in these. There is a weird echo. Is that, maybe it's just me. It's real, it's the room. Because the more regulation we have, the more I feel states and governments want to use it to regulate their citizens and use regulation as an excuse for cracking down on access to information and for democratic dialogue. And the more we see regulation also being used by big businesses and rights holders to protect their business models and stop free and fair competition. And I'm looking forward to your input and dialogue with you.
Yes, hello, my name is Alexandra Gysi. I'm a newly elected member of the parliament. I'm a little older than Karen. I have a background in languages as a simultaneous interpreter, but I also studied political science and sociology. And I've been involved with politics for the past 2 years and before with civil society organizations living in different countries of Europe. And I was mainly involved in a very different sector with women's rights and migrants' rights in Europe. And then at a certain point, I got really interested in the digital sector because I realized that what is going on in the digital world strongly impacts these two groups of people, and now also the way our democracy works. So I'm quite interested in platform regulation and media, and also in artificial intelligence, especially in so far as bias might be a problem for certain groups of people, basically everybody who's not male, white, and rich, so the majority of the population, and those are usually also the people who are not at the table when decisions on platform regulation or on artificial intelligence are taken. And therefore, I really welcome having the possibility to meet you. One thing that also is a motivation for me to be in politics is to take the voice of very ordinary people. I wasn't a politician before, I'm also a mother of 3. And I think it's very important that we see the digital work not as a place that should be regulated only by experts. Because now when you talk about European regulation, it's basically politicians, and then when experts are heard, they're basically people from the industry and a little bit from academia, whereby academia is starting to be very strongly influenced by the industry as well. And one thing I really would like to find out how to make people participate more in the digital world in general, and especially in the regulation. And therefore, I would be very interested in hearing what your message is for us to take us back to the European Parliament, what your questions are, your concerns are. Therefore, I stop here.
Thank you so much. I think we have a lot of subjects to discuss, and I think we have all this privilege of a very open dialogue as well, like face to face. So this is the place also to make your statement. Matthew, would you like to give a few opening words as well from ICANN board?
Yes, thank you. I'm Matthew Shears. I'm on the ICANN board. I'm old by any measure on these tables here. Before I joined the ICANN board, I spent 5-6 years working in civil society. I joined the ICANN community as a member of the non-commercial stakeholders group, so I'm much of what's been said resonates very much with me. And before that, I worked on the technology sector and for business, so very much a hybrid. And I'll leave it at that. But I do want to introduce another board member who's sitting over here, Tripti Sinha. So in case there are questions I can't ask, she might be able to.
Thank you so much. Salva, maybe you can also say us a few words from the French Digital Council, and I know you have also a great experience working outside of France as well, and please, you're welcome.
Let me explain. So I'm Salwa Toko. I'm the chairwoman of the French Digital Council, which basically is an advisory board named by the government, but an independent one, and I insist on the independency. We're 30 members from the civil society, economic world, and academic and researcher, trying to help French government and institutions about policies makings about digital issues. But I'm also, and why Julia invited me here, and thank you very much, I'm also the chairwoman of a French national NGO named Become Tech, aiming to fight the gender gap in IT since it's like 6 years now, first in France, and trying to developing the program in Africa, because as you noticed, I'm a little bit mixed, so very interested in what's happening in Africa, and I used to work in West Africa, and I'm not that young, just to say so. And for me, I have a lot of hope in the next generation, and what I'm working on with all the girls ambassadors of my NGO, and what I'm trying to implement in the French Digital Council is to really have the ear of the next generation, the junior ones, who are never consulted about all the issues that we are treating right now and are very important. Because for me, even when we are talking about regulation, for example, which is one of the problems we are treating here at the French Digital Council, for me, it will be totally, really not useful to try to put regulation that won't be understood by the next generation. For me, the next generation should be totally associated to what we are discussing now, and to make them understand that they will play a major role in the future.
Thank you, Salva. I think it's a great, well, you all like raised great words in order to go to and turn to the young representatives now. And quite often, actually, I think when we speak about the young in the, in the internet governance sphere, we're like, well, a number of people tend to say, well, it's just young people, discussing youth issues and among themselves. And nothing happens afterwards. Actually, I think what we are trying to achieve today is to show and to demonstrate that we can also, the young people can discuss between them, but then they can take these recommendations and just try to implement or to develop targeted and great projects as well. And we would like to bring a few, few statements and a few examples of this now. Maybe to start with Europe, with Portugal, we have amazing leader there in Portugal. He joined the Youth IGF like a few months ago and already developing great things. He's not here, but we have super short message from him, a video message. So I would like to ask maybe our charming Kagita to put this video message, and then we will go to non-European, perspectives as well. Thank you.
Portugal. Hello everyone, my name is João Pedro, I'm from Portugal, and recently, well since September, joined the Youth IGF movement under the Lusophone chapter oriented for young people who speak the Portuguese language. My main action so far, leading the chapter, was contributing to the children's rights awareness sessions happening in the Azores archipelago. My focus was on online rights and parental support for better internet usage. These sessions are coordinated by the Azorean Commissariat for Childhood. So far, we have reached out to more than 2,000 children and 500 community members, but they are still happening. This is a great best practice example for local engagement under a unified regional strategy.
Well,
hello everyone. My name is.
This was his message, I think, from Portugal, and we would like to also to thank Portuguese colleagues who are helping a lot to make this happen. As he said, a few months ago he joined, and already they're making amazing activities. But I would like now to still stay in Europe and go to Ukraine, maybe, and to give the floor to for the example to Maria, so she can present you in a few minutes your perspective as well, Maria.
Hello, everyone. Nice to have you here today. Thank you for coming. Great, our presentation. My name is Maria Korniets. I'm a Youth IGF movement ambassador in Ukraine. To give you a little bit of my background, I did a master's degree in international economic relations, but then I decided to study computer science, and right now I'm a blockchain developer. So I'm here today to tell you a little bit what we're doing as Youth IGF movement, particularly in one of our pillars, that is cybersecurity. So there are two landmark dates when we conduct the cybersecurity events, in our network of ambassadors. First one is Safer Internet Day in February, and the second one is a Cybersecurity Month. So I will tell you about what we do, briefly, in a few minutes, what we do on these days. Yeah, so first is Safer Internet Day. As you probably all know, Safer Internet Day is a global campaign supported by European Commission to bring in better internet policies. So basically, what was our achievement in this sphere is that we brought Safer Internet Day to new countries just this year. In many countries, the Safer Internet Day was conducted by our ambassadors for the first time. They are countries like, for example, Algeria, Haiti, South Africa, and there is the list of the countries. Basically these events are conducted in schools or universities. They could also be some online campaigns, or like in Mali, Or, for example, in Croatia, we had also our ambassador speaking on national television on what we're doing. Yeah, so here you can see some pictures. So yeah, and Cybersecurity Month conducted in October. Well, once again, what is our added value? Is that initially, Cybersecurity Month was a European Cybersecurity Month. I mean, it was not global. But what we did is that we brought it like worldwide on 4 continents. It was Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So to give you an example, pictures. To give you an example, for example, I was conducting the event in Ukraine. How did I come up with the idea? I was writing this research paper on hybrid threats. It's like between political science and cybersecurity. And there's also a big problem in Ukraine because as I was writing this paper, I was researching the cybersecurity violations within last 5 years. And it was startling how bad the problem was. And I also faced that it was a problem in Ukraine, and that in Ukraine, at the same time, there was a lack of cybersecurity professionals, and there was a big gap. So I decided to conduct a big lecture to gather as many young people as I could, and to young IT students, to show them how they can go to cybersecurity to fill this gap. And this was the idea of event I had, to give you an example. So yeah, thank you very much. This is briefly on our activities. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. I think it was amazing. Amazing presentation, and I have to say that this priority, how to involve young people and how to give the role to the young, in the field of cybersecurity and online safety, it was one of the main recommendations that came out from this kind of meetings and open forum in 2016. And from 2016 to today, we worked hard, they worked hard on how they can make something tangible, just not to hear afterwards, young people, they just discuss between them, but they also, go and do things. So, and another recommendation, it was how we can, approach a very critical point as well. As you know, there is a big problem of fake, counterfeited products online, specifically in the global south, of fake medicine. So I will give floor to Michel from Lebanon, and he will tell his story. Michel.
Hello, I'm Michel Chammaz, the ambassador of Youth IGF in Lebanon. I work as a researcher in the Digital Humanities Center at the University of Valamand. I'm also a legal IT expert in the Lebanese courts. We are active in Lebanon since 2017 as an ambassador of Youth IGF. We have organized several events like workshops, seminars, and awareness campaign. Our main focus is on cybersecurity. We are targeting young leaders from NGOs, but also children and their parents. So now I want to present one of the best events this year. It was on the occasion of the World Counterfeiting Products Online. We have launched a awareness campaign about counterfeited online medicine in cooperation with our European partners, Sanofi and the ASOP EU. So we have organized, we have trained the young leaders to be aware of the issues and to raise awareness in their community about this critical issue, which is not only in Europe, but around the world, where you can see that nowadays 65% of the online shop are selling fake products online, where we have 35,000 of online pharmacy that are not registered. And this is a huge market because the loss is around $200 billion every year. So we have organized this event for the first time in 10 countries. It was on Portugal, Bhutan, Rwanda, Algeria, Nepal, Chad, Indonesia, Pakistan, United Kingdom, and Nigeria. Also, it's supposed to be on Haiti and in Lebanon, but because of the political situation, we have postponed the event. Now we are looking forward to increase the countries in the next version and to reach more people. So we are looking forward for your support in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michel. Thank you for your great message as well. And maybe next time in June next year, we can also have the world and the message from the members of the European Parliament to these countries, you know, about this important topic. And actually how we arrived to this, you know, we had an example of one young leader who had a problem actually in his family by buying a counterfeited product, medicine online. And so it's how we arrived to the idea. I would like now to turn to Junior. He's already here from Haiti, and he will speak about something amazing, his national campaign that they are about to launch in Haiti. And I think his background will be very interesting because he first participated at the IGF last year and immediately created this idea. Please support Junior because it will be a little bit difficult for him. He's a French speaker and he really tried hard to bring this message today in English. So please be patient as well. Thank you, Junior.
Hello everyone. My name is Junior Saint-Fleur from Haiti. My professional background is software developer. Since 2016, I am Youth IGF ambassador in Haiti. I organize a lot of activities in Haiti. I organized the first safer Internet Day in Haiti. This activity was broadcasting TV media. I want to present you now CCN. CCN, in French, Campagne de la Citoyenneté Numérique. We realize that Asian people lack information about how the internet works. Therefore, most of benefits of it are not currently received by the Asian, that also impact the knowledge and youth development in the country. The Digital Citizen Campaign in English will be held in several targeted places and also via social networks. The DCC brings together a series of activities, conferences, roundtable, workshops. For conferences, 2,000 participants are expected. In fact, the general objective is to offer young people and professionals the opportunity to know and understand the digital world. And you can see some photos. I was meeting Mrs. Julie Ward in 2017, and the first Safer Internet Day in Haiti. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Junior. Thank you for the great effort. Et merci beaucoup encore de ton engagement. I was just saying in French, thank you for your great engagement, because I was personally amazed, and everybody, when he came after the IGF last year and said, well, listen, with our multi-stakeholder community in Haiti, we would like to launch this campaign, and the message he brought just now, then we would like to change the continent and go to Indonesia. And I would like to give floor to our charming Agita with the great projects and amazing community they have there. Agita.
Thank you so much, Julia, for the introductions. Good afternoon, everyone, again. I am Agita from Indonesia. Does anyone knows where it is? Yeah? Do you know where Indonesia is? Does anyone been to Indonesia? Excellent. Bali? I assume. Right. Okay. As we know, Indonesia is actually the fourth biggest population in the world. That we have 171 million internet users. And then out of 171 million users, there is a 49% that has experience in cyberbullying on social media. So coming from this, of course, one of our objectives are following with the 4 mandatory projects that we do it every single year that already being presented by my fellow. In Indonesia, we work very closely with the Ministry of Communications and IT. We work closely with the UNICEF Indonesia and the National Empowerment and Children Protections Commissions. That we basically ask and we make an audience together. And we come up and say, there is a cybersecurity that is very less paid attention in Indonesia, which is cyberbullying. And why is cyberbullying? It is also part of the cybercrime, but beyond that, cyberbullying is also affecting our mental health. When you are being cyberbullied on social media, when you're being bullied, you feel depressed, you feel anxiety. And we interviewed the psychologist and the lawyer in the same time to basically getting to know better about what is exactly the effects of the cyberbullying. Of course, it's a self-doubt, reducive self-esteem, and then the lawyer says, and this is what happened in Indonesia, we don't have currently a specific IT regulations that focus on cyberbullying. So it is very difficult for our legal enforcement to basically make this happen. So at the moment, until today, this is the research from the National Police Agency Indonesia, there is no cyberbullying case that is actually being prosecuted. Now, from all this, the biggest number of the cyberbullying types, it is not about when you are mocking around your friends on a social media, but that is actually revenge porn. At least this is what happened in Indonesia. The lacking of educations, digital literacy, lacking of digital literacy, especially when people is actually living outside from Jakarta, as we are archipelago countries. So it is very difficult for them to get even the access of the internet and getting to knowledge about the internet itself. So what happened when they go online, they have no idea what do's and don'ts on social media. So revenge porn is one of the biggest issues that we're currently having in Indonesia. That is also leading to, this is one of the cases that we interviewed. That's also what happened, the cyberbullying issues also had happened with the second runner-up was Miss Indonesia. It also happened with the other 3 fellows that experiencing cyberbullying in Indonesia. Now, from this, we've been actively having a lot of workshops in Indonesia, creating awareness about the cyberbullying, digital literacy, and so far, over this 1 year, we have 12 offline events focusing on cybersecurity, cyberbullying, revenge porn, and then we have reached over 900 young people participating in our events. And beyond that, we have reached over 15,000 online followers on our social media, participating and engaging and asking questions, and then sometimes doing for the online webinar with us as well. So the questions that are raising right now, awareness itself, it is not enough. We need something more concrete. We need something that is actually solving the issues. Because for them, when they're getting bullied, they want to speak with someone, but all their friends is actually bullying them. They have the gap to speak with their parents because they have no idea what's going on with their children at school. We come up with the idea to create a project that called Bully.id. Bully.id will be a mobile application that based on Apple and iOS that utilizing artificial intelligence and blockchain to help bullying and cyberbullying victims to get the confidential emotional support and legal assistance, to basically connect them with a psychologist and a lawyers. In the same time, this is also will help if they're not being bullied or cyberbullied, but they want to create a better online community. There is a feature that is called Be a Whistleblower. So everyone is actually can submitting and through the blockchain technology to the app, which is the Bully.id. It is not yet developed, but it is on a development process at the moment. So we are pretty much very happy to work with everyone in here if you are interested and in being in the part of the AI and the blockchain technology. Lastly, this is a little bit about the interface, the UI UX design for the mobile app Bully.id. We have covered in the featured on the Jakarta Post for Youth IGF Indonesia and Bully.id and also Liputan News Indonesia. The main goal for the Bully.id is also achieving the sustainable goals number 3, good health and well-being, gender equality and peace, justice and strong institution, in the same time Indonesian law reforms in terms of cyberbullying. I think that's all from my side, and thank you so much. Don't forget to follow Youth IGF ID Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agita. How amazing it is to see, tangible also and great projects that came out from these just young activists and who became actually leaders in this sphere. I would ask our distinguished guests maybe to be a little bit patient. We have very quick 2 statements. We would like to bring African youth in the discussion and to show what's going on in Africa. We are lacking time a little bit, so please be short, but it's important to show what's going on in this continent as well. And then we have a very great cooperation and statement from the Youth IGF Summit as well that we would like to bring in, and then maybe to have the feedback from our global leaders present here as well. So please, Innocent, tell us about a little bit African activities in a very summarized manner. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Innocent Adrico. I am at the IGF as an ISOC IGF Youth Ambassador, and I started my journey in the internet governance ecosystem this year in June. I had a number of activities in which I coordinated students of Uganda particularly. We had the Africa Internet Summit and Afrinic 30 Week, which was embedded into the summit. So that is when I all started this. So after the summit, it's when I realized that actually Uganda were lagging behind. Uganda, in our population, more than 70% is of young people. So meaning more young people are on the internet, but the challenges that they face are really so diverse. Like talk of the technical communities that are there to handle infrastructure. The infrastructure alone in rural areas is not that good. So the issues underlining Uganda are so many, to the extent that to some extent we have to go with priority first, like what is the priority for us to address. In 2018, Uganda introduced a social media tax. So this tax had an impact on youth because we don't work, we're students. So if I'm paying for data expensively, given my country is a landlocked country, and of course, most landlocked developing countries have higher data rates. So and then you impose a tax. So I have to pay that for data and I have to pay the tax. Like it all makes the thing so difficult for us. So what have we done to see that some of these challenges are worked on? We've had a series of activities. Immediately after the summit, I was able to participate as an ICANN Next Gen at ICANN 65. So after that, we came back, we started handling initiatives. One of the initiatives now that we have is called the Digital Literacy Initiative. Its role is to make sure that the youth are actually educated about issues to do with the digital world and how beneficial it can be to them, why they should be part of internet governance. And then in our country, we do realize that the stakeholder engagement is not that good, like the relationship. So our government is not that just embraces anything at any time, because you're going to find that it's very hard for us to go and talk directly to the government, because, I mean, in the Ministry of ICT, there's no direct office that we can go to and be like, you know what, there's this challenge. Maybe we can talk about it, and it's very rare for us to meet them. So we started up a campaign. I have friends from Nigeria. We started up a campaign, and the campaign is called Dear Government. So the Dear Government campaign is purposely to tell governments, if possible, to preach to them their role in this ecosystem, what they're supposed to do, their role, the role they're supposed to play in ensuring that there's quality of service on the internet, the role that they're supposed to play to ensure that there's freedom of expression, there are no internet shutdowns, as we've seen a series of them in Africa. So we are trying to see how we can solve one issue at a time. So I encourage all the youth in here to join us in these campaigns, and possibly we can get solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent, for your comments, and actually for the kind of feedback on the situation in Uganda. I remember when I've been there as well, you can feel actually the internet connectivity even issues, so it's good you brought a few elements as well. I would like to turn now for a very quick message and statement from the Youth IGF Summit. Elizabeth, you have the floor. If you can be short, please. So like this, we can have a feedback from the leaders as well. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Julia, for giving me the space. Just very briefly, before I start reading out the 11 key messages that we developed in the Youth IGF Summit, we gathered over 100 young people from over 35 countries out of all world regions over a time of more than 3 months to develop their ideas and their key messages to the IGF. I will read them because I don't want anything to get lost, and I did not draft them myself, so I will try to be clear but also be quick. You can find them as well on our website yigf.de. So the first one is, dear governments, nobody wants the utility companies to get hacked. Critical infrastructure that affects lives needs to be protected. Let's have a proactive approach of audits and national strategies alongside proper disclosure of vulnerabilities. The second one is, human intervention must guide AI-driven decision-making to ensure explainability, inclusivity, privacy and accountability, and the right to appeal. It shall occur whenever the decision rendered had disruptive personal consequences, especially for vulnerable groups such as youth. The third message is, companies should be transparent on their algorithms, data, content, rules and decision-making to uphold trust and responsibility. Governments should play a role in enforcement with independent bodies. Users and independent researchers should have easy access to necessary data. Next one is, the child protection online is a priority for us all. We need a universal approach. Collaboration between all stakeholders is crucial for designing effective policies by involving parents, healthcare, and education professionals, as well as children themselves. Next one is, we demand new dynamic cybersecurity strategies with multi-stakeholder approaches that include transparent, adaptive, and human-oriented policies, since laws have direct impacts on our daily lives. As technology evolves, policies must too. On net neutrality. Net neutrality and unrestricted internet access must be guaranteed in order to ensure digital inclusion. To achieve that, governments, companies, and internet service providers must not control data flows, nor prioritize services, and must ensure transparency. The next one is, we demand platforms to instate multi-stakeholder councils to dismiss illegitimate data points from micro-targeting used for political advertising to diminish the dangers of dis- and misinformation. On youth participation. Young people face various barriers to participation. It is the responsibility of multi-stakeholder decision makers to overcome these barriers and involve diverse, including underrepresented young people in a meaningful and measurable way in all internet governance processes. Next one is, the stakeholders must strive to incorporate universal ethical principles and standards and develop general competencies framework in digital education. The next one is a short one on facial recognition. That is, without transparency and accountability, there should be no facial recognition. Risks and biases exist and they need to be known. And the last one on platform regulation. Platform regulation is necessary, but in a Goldilocks approach that balances human rights and innovation. Regardless of the platform's purpose, the governance should be multi-stakeholder, inclusive, transparent, and culturally sensitive. Everyone deserves a place at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and let's give an applause to the message as well. I think now our global leaders have a lot of information, and thank you. I would like to thank all youth initiatives in joining us today for this, open forum and the dialogue. So now we have to turn to the members of the European Parliament as well, the ICANN board. Maybe you would like to give us a feedback, to make a statement. I don't know, Matthew, if you would like to the first.
So I've been coming to IGFs for a long time. I think I've only missed 2. I think this is the first time that I've engaged with this group. And that's disappointing to me because I found this incredibly inspirational. It's easy to go to IGFs and go to all these workshops and hear all these words and be and not come away with anything. But when you see what is happening on the ground and what's being driven by youth, that's a whole different level of engagement and a whole different level of commitment, and it's quite fantastic. So the one thing that comes across from the various projects is they're all about building trust. And I think that's a really important concept now, whether it's talking about cybersecurity, whether it's about cyberbullying, building awareness. It's all about building trust and building trust back into a system, the internet, that a lot of people have been losing trust in recently. And I think that's also incredibly important. The activities that reach out to the young to develop cyber hygiene, to develop a much greater awareness of what some of the challenges are when they go online, including cyberbullying, is incredibly important as well. And what it does is it puts you in a position of being incredibly well prepared to discuss, to become parliamentarians, to become business leaders, and to have the fullest awareness of not only the challenges, which many of these are focused on, but also the opportunities as well. And I think that's absolutely essential. And just on the recommendations, I don't know what how you address these, but are these being given in the final sessions tomorrow at all? Are they being read out in the last segments of the day tomorrow?
This is mainly the question to...
We have not been given an official spot yet.
I would really commend you to seek a spot in the final sessions and to give these recommendations, because I think they are fantastically concise, to the point, and I believe that they would resonate greatly with many. Thanks.
Maybe we should work on this and make this happen. Indeed, will be a great moment. Mrs. Gysi, would you like to give us your feedback and vision? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can also confirm I'm totally impressed. This is very inspiring. And I think what we are seeing, because you have a sort of global representation, is that the problems and the issues with the internet, but also the chances and the opportunities are pretty much the same. You know, what you've been talking about, literacy, teaching young people how to use the internet, to be aware how to use it well, this is exactly the same problem we have in Europe, and not only with young people in Europe, we have it even more with older people than with young people, but young people as well. I think less than half the population know how Facebook algorithms work, for example, why you see the content you are seeing. So it's really, we would need you to come to Germany and teach us what the problems are. Cyberbullying, I was particularly impressed by the Indonesian example, I have to say, because we have a huge debate in Germany as well, exactly on the same problem. And it's like I said before, it concerns particularly specific groups of the population, young people, women, people who who are not white in the case of Europe, or who don't come from the country they are living in. It's very clear that they're the same people who don't have that much influence and power in the country where they're living. So this is something we have to address, and we've been having huge debate in Europe on how to address this. And it's not, I mean, you all know this, but some people in Europe and also policymakers don't know that the internet, the same rule apply, the same law applies that applies in the offline world, but it's not enforced. It's a very clear problem that there are political choices being made, that law enforcement is not applied to the internet. So if there are offenses and insults or threats, we have had really huge amounts of cases in Germany, in the internet, police and law enforcement agencies should act on that, and psychological support should be provided. So this is still not being taken seriously. And I would be happy to look into the ideas that were presented about using AI and so on. That's really important, use technology as well. But I think it's very important to make clear in our societies that these are real issues that concern real people, and they have to be tackled exactly as you would tackle somebody stealing your car. I mean, this is a lot worse. This is violence. And why is there no focus on this? Yeah, the Ugandan example was very interesting as well. Internet shutdowns have been an issue that has been brought up quite a lot in the talks we've had in these weeks, and we've brought it up in the European Parliament, myself, for example, for the Iraq case, and often internet shutdowns are a tool used by governments to start doing things that are quite worse, and to avoid transparency on this on a global scale. So I think we have to really show that the internet and the access to the internet is as a crucial instrument for democracy, and make this clear. So I think what all this shows that we need a lot more participation by young people, and we need a lot more participation by people from the global south especially, that are not represented. I'm very open for any suggestions you might have, for ideas I could take back to the Parliament. And I think the rules you read out were absolutely perfect. This is what we all should do. And maybe we could think as a delegation about creating an opportunity for inviting you to the European Parliament and to present them there. So maybe we talk about this bilaterally. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Melchior, would you like to?
Yes. Thank you so much for your presentations. I think it's important that we do not try to perhaps address problems in society with technical solutions, but that we actually address them as a society. So having content moderation via artificial intelligence is not perhaps the best way of actually solving problems in society. And I think also sometimes the technical solutions can be misused if you want to have censorship by governments to crack down on opposition or democratic forces. I think it's important to not address technological issues and the lack of knowledge about how the internet works as only a youth issue or as something that should be separate from general education. I think it's really important that we insist on having an understanding of the internet and how the market forces and the business models there work as a part of our general education and not something sort of extracurricular for the specially interested people. It gives me a lot of hope listening to all of your projects and your engagement, and I hope that you will make the leap from being interested in the technology and the regulation of that and perhaps becoming politicians at some point, because we need politicians that understand how the internet works and how technology works, because otherwise we can't have the legislation that reflects how the tech and the internet works. And without that, we'll be having regulation that is not applied, that is not applicable to the world that we live in today. And also that you are aware of your digital rights makes me optimistic that you will not accept government shutdowns of the internet and that you will be actively fighting against this. And as Alexandra said, let's try and figure out how that we can join together in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your stand, and we also need to give an applause to our leaders. I think we might take with us a few messages and recommendations actually that you already summarized. I don't know if we still have time. For one question maybe, would you be able to stay 5 more minutes? Do you have one question eventually? Please, you have a mic. Please identify yourself. Please go in.
Really is not a question.
Okay. So it can be a statement as well, but a short one, please.
Okay. There is someone that want to say a question? No? Okay, can I speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please, we hear you.
Okay. I'm Alessia from Italy. I'm here with a large group of other young people. Can you raise your hand, guys? Okay, here we are. We are in IGF as members of Internet Society Italy and members of Generazione Y, in English Y Generation. Is a local association from Sicily. It's very difficult for young people express themselves in this context. Maybe the secret is to find someone who believes in you, even if you are young. And we were very lucky to know the reality of Internet Society Italy and to meet Stefano Trampi and Laura Abba. They gave us the opportunity to talk in different national conferences and events, and they gave us the opportunity to be here today. For the next years, we have planned different events connected by the activity of Internet Society Youth Observatory, and we would like to invite you in our events in Italy. If you want to collaborate with us, we will be very happy about this.
All right, thank you for your statement. I think the members of the European Parliament and the global leaders, they said already they are very open in collaborating with the young people. I would like to give a very big applause to all of you. Thank you for all youth initiatives and joining us. Thank you to the young leaders for their presentations, and particularly thank you for accepting to hear and to be here today with us, the members of the European Parliament and the ICANN board. Thank you so much. I would just maybe ask you afterwards to stay 2 minutes for a global photo, and we will take 2 recommendations. The role of the young in building trust, and as well the message that the European Parliament, if I understood correctly, might be happy in supporting the youth from Global South to bring them to the IGF and Internet governance sphere. So thank you so much, and a big applause to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah. Dear colleagues, we are about to start the next session, so if you don't mind, you are more than welcome to join us, please. And if not, please take a conversation to a different place. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. First of all, big welcome to everybody who is strong enough to stay and participate in the next open forum on stability and cooperation in cyberspace. I would invite very warmly everybody as well to sit around the table if you wish so, because like that you will be able to ask the questions more freely. So without further ado, let me open up this forum and the panel. I have a great setup of speakers for you today. We have maybe starting with Her Excellency Lata Reddy, who is a co-chair of the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace and the former Deputy National Security Advisor of India. She also served as a commissioner on the Global Commission on Internet Governance, the BILD Commission, and has extensive experience in foreign policy and bilateral, regional, and multilateral negotiations. I have also with me Mr. Wolfram von Heinitz, who is the head of cyber policy coordination staff of the German Federal Foreign Office, member as well of a German member of the group of governmental experts. Previously, Wolfram held different positions such as research commissioner of the German Foreign Office and a member of its policy planning staff, specializing in cyber policy and cybersecurity, as well as he served in numerous diplomatic positions throughout the world. Next, we have Situ Ponraj, who is currently serves as director of the International Cyber Policy Office at the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. In this role, he drives CSI's bilateral, regional, and international engagements. Prior to joining CSA, Situ has held positions in the Singapore Parliament as well as the National Security Coordination Secretariat. Next, we have Deborah Brown, who is the Global Policy Advocacy Lead at the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. She leads APC's engagement in various UN processes, including in the UN General Assembly processes, developing norms around responsible state behavior in cyberspace. And last but not least, I have Matthew McDermott, who is a Chief Business Development Officer in Access Partnership. You brought to the Access Partnership over 10 years of experience working on global technology policy issues, and you work on advising as well across a range of sectors to help companies and trade associations address regulatory barriers and execute government affairs strategies. So with that introduction, I would like to ask Mrs. maybe Her Excellency Lata Reddy to give a short introduction.
Thank you, Victor. I was particularly delighted at the subject of today's forum, which is conflict prevention, cooperation, and stability in cyberspace. The reason is because our Global Commission, which has just published its report, of which I'm the co-chair, has entitled its report itself Advancing Cyber Stability. Because we feel without stability, there can be no peace, there can be no security. So we would rank that very high. We've reached the year of a 25-year-long period. We've reached the end of a 25-year-long period of relative strategic stability and relative peace among major powers. Conflict has now taken new forms, and cyber activities are now playing a leading role in the volatile environment. And the number of and sophistication of cyber attacks have increased, thus threatening cyber stability. Simply put, people and organizations are no longer confident, they no longer have trust that they can use cyberspace safely. And they are not assured of the availability and integrity of services and the information that's being put out on this medium. Our Global Commission was convened against this background, and we began by identifying a cyber stability framework which we felt encompassed the main areas. This framework included multi-stakeholder engagement, cyber stability principles, the development and implementation of voluntary norms, adherence to international law, confidence-building measures, capacity building, and the open promulgation and widespread use of technical standards. After defining this framework, we then went into 3 elements which we define as principles. First is multi-stakeholder engagement. Multi-stakeholder engagement is called for in many international agreements, yet it remains very contentious. Some continue to believe that ensuring international security and stability is exclusively the responsibility of states. In practice, however, the way cyberspace is designed, deployed, and operated is primarily by non-state actors. And without their participation, we believe we cannot achieve security and stability. And non-state actors are often the first who would have to attribute, who would have to announce or recognize that there's been a cyber attack, not a government. A government would then react to it. The Commission therefore said that non-state actors have to be involved, and what we said was everybody, state and non-state actors, and most of our principles, our norms, our recommendations address both parties, states and non-state. And we believed that we need to ensure 4 things. Responsibility, everyone is responsible. Restraint, no state or non-state actor should take actions that impair the stability of cyberspace. There's a requirement to act, not just to refrain from acting. We need to take the positive actions to to basically ensure stability. And there must be respect for human rights in cyberspace, online as there is offline. Building on these principles, we declared 8 norms. I don't want to go into great detail on the norms, but I want to talk about 3, which I think have found particular resonance in the international community. One is, we should not damage the public core of the internet. By that we mean the infrastructure on which the internet runs. Secondly, we must not allow the infrastructure relating to electoral processes to be disrupted. And here we make no distinction between democratic systems and non-democratic systems. Every electoral process has to be respected. And the third, I think, which has really resonated is basic cyber hygiene. You know, in other words, if we put the safeguards into place in cyber, in the cyber mechanisms, by the developers and producers, have a proper equity declaration process, vulnerabilities, equity declaration process, I think, and most of all, if we execute the correct laws and regulations, and this is going to become increasingly important as we get into more disruptive technologies, the new challenges that are coming with 5G, with AI, with automated systems. I think that we may think cyber now permeates every area of your life, but believe me, this is going to be multiplied literally thousands of times over. Those of us who are now connected to 3 or 4 devices will find ourselves connected to hundreds of devices in the future. And we're never as stronger than the weakest link. So making the systems stable, making them safe, remains a very big responsibility. Our commission has made some recommendations. We recognize we don't work in a vacuum. We recognize we're building on the work of others who went before us. I myself was in the Built Commission on Internet Governance. I worked in my government on framing the first cybersecurity policy. I worked in national security. So I've seen things from inside government and outside government. And I genuinely believe in the multi-stakeholder model. I do not think governments have the capacity to do it on their own. The second thing which I would emphasize is we need to have those difficult conversations with those we perceive as adversaries. It's very easy to sit in very comfortable little cliques of like-minded people and talk to each other. You're preaching to the converted. The trick is, how are you going to convince people who don't come necessarily from the same method of thinking about very fundamental issues as you? How do you convince them that this is in a common global interest to adopt certain measures? We are engaging in different groups. We're engaging in the IGF. We will be engaging, and we have engaged already with the open-ended working group and the UNGG in the UN. I've just finished a meeting today with a group of parliamentarians who have gathered here in the IGF for the first time. And lawmakers, leaders, political leaders are realizing that this is something that has to be taken up at the highest level. My own Prime Minister in India has said that he does not have one single bilateral interaction with any leader where the question of cyber is not raised. I think that's indicative. I think we've created awareness. Now the question is, how do we bring in stability? And, you know, I've enjoyed all my interactions with every single group on this. So I'm hopeful. I believe we are all looking for the same thing. The question is, what is the right path to take to lead to it? How do we coordinate all the many efforts, the very sincere, well-meaning efforts that are going on around the world? And we hope that through our little report, we have made some contribution to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that I really liked your approach and what you described to a challenge of norm building, how you do it, and also the fact that indeed, there is responsibility for everybody, every part of the every actor of the cyberspace, be it from the public sector, private sector, or civil society, has unique responsibilities and rights to do so. Wolfram, could I ask you to continue actually with a government perspective?
Oh, this one. Oh, I found technique. So, yeah, I would like to emphasize also the point that stability in cyberspace is I wouldn't call it needs a framework, it needs a patchwork, basically. It is a patchwork. And we shouldn't focus to replace the patchwork through a unified model. That won't work, but we should work on making the individual patches stronger and also strengthen the seams between the patches. So what are elements of stability in cyberspace? Well, first of all, you have, of course, the UN groups. We have this year, for the first time, we have 2 groups, an open-ended working group and a group of government experts working for stability in cyberspace. They do this on focusing, identifying threats to stability in cyberspace by working on how international law applies in cyberspace, on norms, voluntary non-binding norms for responsible state behavior in cyberspace, on capacity building and on confidence building measures. Quite frankly, it's difficult to achieve progress in these groups at the moment, as the geopolitical climate doesn't stop in cyberspace. So the same confrontation we see in other areas of politics, we also see in this area of politics. But still, I think some success has been achieved in the recent years. Maybe there is more progress in the upcoming deliberations of these groups. We have to see. One of the biggest successes was already achieved a couple of years ago by one of the previous group of government experts. That is the agreement, the universal agreement that international law applies to cyberspace. So cyberspace is no place in nirvana, somewhere in the nowhere. Cyberspace is a place on Earth, and the same international law, including human rights, including the UN Charter, applies in cyberspace like in the real world. So that already sets the framework, so we have already this framework. Then another group that complements the work of the UN groupings is actually the OSCE. The OSCE is a regional grouping, mainly focusing on European and North American countries, but basically it's the old East-West confrontation. And in these groups we discuss confidence building measures to avoid conflict, or if there is a conflict to limit it at least and prevent it from escalating. So I think that's another important framework. Then, as Lada already said, the stability is only as stable as the weakest link in the chain, so we also have to focus on capacity building. The EU set up a new framework for capacity building, greatly supported by Germany and Estonia and a couple of other countries, where we basically try to build up a network of experts that can help wherever a need is for increasing stability. There's also an international group called the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise that tries to coordinate international capacity building efforts. All this is not only, it's mainly state activities, but I think at least the countries in the European Union are unified in the strong belief that we can't do this alone. We need civil society actors, we need the private sectors. 95% of the resources of the internet are owned by private companies. The key factor of the internet is that it enables user communication. So we have to enable the individual and companies who own the resources to play their part in stability. That's why the UN groups I talked about before, they started outreach processes. Unfortunately, the same country who advocated the OEW, the Open-Ended Working Group, then blocked the participation of a wider NGO community, but we're going to have next week in New York deliberations to get more voices into the process and to bring the process forward by that. Germany also took over the task of implementing recommendation 5 of the report, of the high-level panel report of the UN Secretary General, which basically deals with increasing global cooperation, digital cooperation, or basically linking the IGF, the very place where we are right now, with other bodies and basically making it more relevant for decision making. And so we're also looking at from that angle how we can increase cooperation. Last but not least, all these norms and guidelines, and there are also, and I didn't talk about that because Reda did it also, a lot of guidelines and principles involving the private sector. They're only as good as people, companies, individuals behave accordingly, and particularly states act accordingly to them. So what do we do if countries don't respect these rules and regulations? So another strong belief we have is that bad behavior in cyberspace must have consequences. Otherwise, we won't be able to create stability. So for that, within the EU, we created something which we colloquially refer to as a cyber diplomacy toolbox, which is a set of measures which we can use in case there is a serious cyber attack, and we identify who is responsible for it. We can take a couple of measures, and the harshest of it would be, of course, cyber sanctions. Sanctions against individuals or entities who are responsible for that. And this is not a weak weapon, that's a very strong weapon, which we hope will have an impact that rules are respected in the first case, and if there is a violation of international rules and order, that the perpetrator basically returns back to good behavior. So it gives incentives to return to that. Of course, for EU countries, the principle is always that these measures has to be in accordance with international law and in respect of human rights. So this is a key principle we have in that. I think I stop there.
Thank you very much, Wolfram. I think that I take out a strong also plea for a need for accountability, that norms in itself and have to be as well respected, but also about capacity building, that we need as well to equip everybody to be able to participate in the ongoing discussions. Situ, can I ask you to take the floor next and offer your perspective?
Thanks, Victor. I would like to offer a perspective from where I come from. Singapore is part of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, and essentially when we look at the terms cyber stability, we look at cooperation, and we look at conflict prevention, the key way we look at all of this is that these are enablers. They enable economic progress for a region of 630 million people who live in countries which are very spread out in terms of capacity, which have diverse histories, diverse challenges, diverse cultural values. And when we have cyber stability, it acts, and cyber security, it acts as an enabler which allows people in this vast region and across the world to access economic progress, but not just economic progress, it also allows many people to access better living, job opportunities in the digital future. So this is how we look at the whole idea of cyber stability and the need for cooperation. The digital future is something that is with us today, and many countries are reaching into it. We like to use the imperfect analogy of a sports car with brakes. If you think about it, cyber stability or cyber security are the brakes, and if the digital future is the sports car, if we want to go quickly, then there's a need to have good brakes. It's self-evident. And I think when we approach it from that perspective also, many of the things that my co-panelists spoke before me, international law applying to cyberspace, CBMs, confidence building measures, capacity building, rules, norms, and principles of state behavior in cyberspace then become important because they facilitate the stability and the trust that's needed to achieve this. So from our perspective, we have moved forward as a region, and this has to be done with political will, which is why we have discussions at the UN, but also in the region. In 2018 in ASEAN, under Singapore's chairmanship, the ASEAN leaders issued a first statement, the first ever statement on cybersecurity cooperation, which actually brought together all these principles and strongly supported the idea of a rules-based cyberspace which will allow everyone, all stakeholders, to act with trust and confidence and reach the sort of potential that the digital future is holding for us. Just this year, in the ASEAN Ministerial Conference on Cybersecurity that was held in Singapore, the ministers of the ICT and cyber confirmed last year's decision to subscribe in principle to the 11 norms of state behavior recommended in the 2015 UNGGE report, making ASEAN the first and up-to-date, the only regional grouping to do so in a document like that. And this year the ministers have made a progress by, we made a chart, a norms chart, where we put out all the 11 norms, and then we picked out the ways in which we will need to build capacity with inputs from all the ASEAN countries, and we have set up a working committee which will now develop a plan to build capacity. So allow me to finish by making 3 points. The 3 points that I would like to make in which countries and multi-stakeholders will need to work together. I think the idea is we have all the agreements on paper, very good agreements on paper. It is time for us now to identify the gaps. And one of the things that Singapore as a small, highly networked state believes very strongly is there will always be disagreements. And there will be 20%, perhaps 30% disagreements, but there's 70% that we agree on. And when we identify the gaps, we need to then work to build capacity. This is something that developing countries have been in conversation with us. That norms are not, or stability, the elements of cyber stability do not themselves implement themselves. But there is a need to build coordinated, to have a coordinated, robust effort at capacity building and addressing the gaps, awareness building. And this will mean identifying the resources, the partners, and also the metrics behind capacity building. I think something that Singapore is very keenly looking at, and we are working on this, is how do you know if capacity building is successful? Millions of dollars are being spent, and we need to find out so that we know ourselves if we have reached a goal. And this is where we find that, and one of the key cornerstones of our capacity building efforts in Singapore, we have set up a $30 million Center of Excellence for Capacity Building for ASEAN. And one of our key fundamental principles as we run programs is that none of the programs are run by government alone. We work with companies, we work with NGOs, we work with civil society groups to deliver training. And why? Because, as Lata put it so eloquently, government does not have all the answers. So I look forward to this conversation very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really liked your points on that we need to follow up on political engagements and assessing results, how we make that. That's an important element, and also that there is a space of building common denominators that we can agree on even better. Deborah, over to you for a civil society perspective.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. I'm going to share a civil society perspective on some of the issues that we've discussed already, and really appreciate the recognition from the previous speakers about the role of civil society. I'll start by explaining a little bit why we care about this issue. Cybersecurity and security are important for a number of reasons, but we don't believe they're important for the sake of the internet itself. We believe they're important for the sake of people, to improve their lives and exercise their human rights. So it's really important to come back to a people-centered approach to cybersecurity and stability. I'll speak a little bit about the role of civil society on some of the issues that were discussed already. So in terms of threats, civil society plays a role in monitoring threats and attacks. This is partly because we're often the target of cybersecurity threats, but we also have capacity, and when I talk about civil society, I also mean the broad umbrella of civil society, which can include the technical community and academia, which has been monitoring threats for a number of years now, and as the previous speaker mentioned, can often be the first actor to play a role in attribution. With regard to norms, civil society can play a role in monitoring compliance or lack of compliance with agreed voluntary norms. And in doing so, we can also play an advocacy role towards both governments and to the private sector to address threats and to comply with norms. We also play a role in raising awareness amongst amongst society and civil society and citizens about the threats that they face in cyberspace and how to be more secure online. And also about the fact that there have been norms that have been agreed to, which I think isn't as commonly known in normal places outside the IGF, outside internet governance spaces, which we tend to talk about these issues. And capacity building has been mentioned before as well, and civil society can play an important role in building capacity, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, in formal initiatives and also informally with people in society, with other stakeholders who are at risk of cyber attacks. In many ways, civil society, as I said, is broad. It can include the academia and the technical community, but NGOs in particular, human rights organizations, play a specific role because, as I said, they're often either attacked themselves or we work very closely with human rights defenders, journalists, and people and communities who are marginalized or impacted by discrimination, who are either targeted by cybersecurity threats or when there's a general threat, a data breach or other type of cyber incident, have an acute experience because of their position of marginalization or vulnerability in society. In terms of, I want to pick up on a point the last speaker made about we have a lot of good norms on paper and there's a need to implement them. And we think civil society plays an important role here. And at APC, we've been thinking about how do we have more robust measures to implement and to monitor implementation of norms. And one idea that we have actually comes from our experience in human rights spaces. At the UN Human Rights Council, there's a mechanism known as a Universal Periodic Review, and it's been going on, it's in its third cycle now, and that allows states to report on their implementation of norms, and in that case also treaty obligations, but not in the case of cyber norms. That's not the parallel we'd make, but we think we can use this mechanism to allow states to self-report on their implementation of norms, and then there's also a role for civil society actors and national human rights institutions in the UPR to do shadow reporting and to contribute to that discussion. So what an idea we're developing is to see if a similar mechanism can be applied in the context of cyber norms and for states to be reporting on how they're implementing to allow also civil society, the technical community, private sector actors, and others to also be part of that discussion, and then to have that as a baseline to report against to see how progress is being made. Because we do feel there's quite a number of good norms that have been adopted in a voluntary nature. My colleague is actually part of the Global Commission, and we really value the work that's been done there in advancing norms. So there's also a possibility to have more norms adopted at the global level, but until there's an actual way to implement them and to monitor that, we feel that there's a lost opportunity and little progress will be made. Finally, I wanted to, appreciate the fact that we're having this conversation in the IGF, which is a multi-stakeholder forum, and it's valuable to have it here, but it's also a bit frustrating that we talk about multi-stakeholder approaches to cybersecurity at the IGF, and then when we go to New York, we find that the conversation is much more limited. And as was alluded to, I forget the number, maybe around 30 NGOs had applied and went through a whole accreditation process that was formally set up by the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs, only to be rejected. They weren't able to participate in the first substantive session in September of the Open-Ended Working Group in New York, and the ECOSOC accredited NGOs were able to participate. So a few of us, APC was one of them, but it's quite frustrating to talk about multi-stakeholder approaches in multi-stakeholder places and then go to the places where the actual discussions are happening and to be shut out of those discussions, and also to the importance of having those multi-stakeholder discussions at the national level. So I think the lesson from us is, it's good to have these discussions. It's a place where we can share and exchange ideas, but we also need to see a commitment in these other spaces to bring other stakeholders to the discussion, because when it comes to the more kind of decision-making spaces, we're often shut out. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Deborah. like the point about you made about human-centric, a people-centric approach, that we very often indeed, engage in the discussion about the state-to-state or big organization-to-big organization discussions, but we very often forget that it's all about people at the end as well. And your points about monitoring of compliance and the role of similar systems as UPR, Universal Periodic Review, could maybe be applied in cyberspace. Last but not least, Matthew, because we talked a lot about private sector. So now it's your time to as well to give perspective from that angle.
Thank you, Victor. I'm going to bring a high-level private sector perspective to this debate around norms and try and put it in that frame. And so, I mean, to start right at the beginning, it is a truism that the internet is an amazing resource, an amazing tool that's allowed the seamless sharing of information around the world. And that is a platform on which a wide range of businesses have been able to address the needs of citizens and consumers. A key reason for that success is the stability of the platform, the stability of the internet. This certainty allows the private sector to make long-term decisions about investment, about hiring, about entering new markets, safe in the knowledge that the rules of the road for the internet will at best remain broadly the same and at least be interoperable. However, the rise in importance of the internet to day-to-day life for citizens around the world has made it a target for those who wish to cause harm. It has also led to discussions around sovereignty, not just in terms of non-intervention, but also as an obligation to protect what is within a country's own national space. One fix to this is to find norms of responsible behaviour that generate trust within and between all members of the multi-stakeholder community. And the starting point for that is talking. Sessions like this one and the IGF in general are an important opportunity for the multi-stakeholder community to discuss these issues. I personally always enjoy learning at the IGF from perspectives that are geographically diverse and come from all communities. However, as has been mentioned before, currently much of the decision-making is at the multilateral level. While steps have been taken to broaden participation in some of these groupings, more is required to ensure that best practice is available to all communities. As, to repeat again, a network is as strong as its weakest link. It is in all our interests that cybersecurity best practice is available to be discussed in those meetings and then able to be as widely disseminated as possible. Now, debate on these issues can quickly move to the realm of high politics and international law. While important, that should not detract from the mundane issues which are just as crucial. Certs should be set up and protected from attack. Countries should develop cybersecurity strategies, including the laws and regulations to ensure basic cyber hygiene. Mechanisms are required to allow dialogue between countries, including forums where the private sector can participate to discuss experiences and work on improving cybersecurity best practice. We need to recognise that transparency is a friend of cybersecurity. By sharing experiences, we can learn from each other. Only with continued focus on confidence-building measures and capacity building can we continue to have comfort in the stability of the internet. Now, I don't want to pretend that all of this is straightforward. The complexity of the issues at stake and the range of national views make it hard to reach consensus. At the multilateral level, these discussions are shaped by complex negotiations on balancing freedom of expression with terrorist use of the internet, on the nature and legitimacy of cyber attack, and by the larger tension between national sovereignty and universal values. To address all of these will not be a quick process. But there are positives to take from this. It is good news that more countries are concerned about cybersecurity and are engaging in these discussions. This presents the challenge that in future discussions of norms will need to encompass a broader range of ideas. The starting point has been discussion on arms control and non-proliferation, but now the debate has evolved to accommodate new technologies and a broader group of international stakeholders. To close, I will come back to my point that business likes certainty. In this evolving space, business is keen to support the ongoing discovery process for norms that will support the stability of the internet. In doing so, we need to avoid outcomes that result in internet fragmentation and ensure that we have norms that can be effectively operationalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My takeaway point for your presentation is, if I can quote actually the report of the Global Commission, is that governments must focus on creating mechanisms that effectively incorporate participation of the private sector, technical community, academia, and other representatives of civil society. So without further ado, I would like actually to make the panel as interactive as possible. So I would very much welcome any questions from the floor. And only in the case if there are no questions from the floor, I'll have my list of questions to panelists. So is there any brave person who wants to go and break the ice with the first question?
Thank you very much, Victor, for organizing this panel. I heard it's also the first time the EAS is organizing something at the IGF, so I commend you for entering this space as well. I had a question following Deborah's suggestion of taking lessons from the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review process. I was wondering how, because we talk a lot about implementation of norms, if panel members have any idea how exactly the self-reporting would work. Would we take specific norms? Would we take all of them? And maybe to start to brainstorm a bit on which norms this would be possible for and which one we should maybe leave for a different process.
Yeah, we had a kind of exercise within the framework of the G7 countries. Okay, it's a very limited framework. It's 7 rich industrialized countries. But nevertheless, under the French presidency, we entered the space where the idea came up of having a peer review on how these 7 countries implemented the norms. We then ended up basically with reporting how we did it so far. And it was a huge effort because it involves multiple agencies of government and also other actors, all the agencies basically and actors who are involved in implementing norms. So we came up with a report. It's still in the hand of the French, and the French ex-presidency of the G7 plans to publish basically it together. And I think if that comes out, that would be an example, at least as how advanced countries implement the norms. It would put pressure on others, of course, to come up with a self-reporting about how they implemented the norms, and I think it should go forward for that. The individual country reports so far are not accessible, but I intend to raise this matter again and see what we can do. I thought also, and that's why we didn't publish ours so far, we think it's better if all 7 come out at the same time or comprehensive form. But unfortunately, there's no French colleague here, but that is something to ask them how far the process is, and I don't know. So it's not a universal periodic review, but it goes at least in the direction, because we're well aware that it is important to implement those norms and also to give an example, not only to show off what we did and to point at failures, maybe, or recognize failures ourselves, also to give examples, because not always the non-implementation of norms is done because there's bad thinking behind that. Sometimes it's just the lack of capacities or the lack of knowledge on how to do it.
Sure. I can also add a bit of from our experience working with the Universal Periodic Review mechanism, and I think we also have to be careful that it's a universal framework. So we're not comparing one country to another, but comparing each country to its own commitments. And the issue is we don't want to say there's no country that's perfect, and some have much more resources and more developed programs around these issues. So it needs to be done in a way that shows where there's progress to be made, where there's need for more capacity building, and where there's technical assistance needed, so that it's not a matter of reporting and scoring countries to say that, you know, the G7 countries, for example, have reached this level of implementation and other countries haven't. So I think it can be done in a way, I don't know that you would necessarily pick some norms to address first and others later, but to review them as a whole perhaps, and to show where states are in terms of implementing, where there's a need for more technical assistance or capacity building. And then from that, I think the important part is to come up with a national implementation plan. And so I think that's maybe a way to approach it, so that it doesn't become sort of a competition or a finger-pointing exercise between states, but to show where each one is in their own course of implementation.
So thanks, that's a great question. So that's the question we asked ourselves, actually, when we subscribed in principle to the 11 norms. It wasn't a question of subscribing to some of them, but to subscribe to all of them. So, and then it sounded good to subscribe and to have your leaders to say that we are supportive, or we will implement these norms, and to implement these norms. So the simple tool of a chart, which I was alluding to earlier, we laid out the 11 norms one by one, and then we had a second column where we actually had a workshop with the ASEAN members to say, well, these are areas in which we have already done some work. For example, mutual assistance, there's a mechanism where CERTs can help each other. And then we had a third column where we had capacity needed. And this is very poignant because unlike the G7 in the ASEAN region, there are countries, and I resonate with something a co-panelist said about CERTs being protected from attacks. There are countries which have not yet fully developed their CERTs. So this is so important. And so it is a tracking tool, but at the same time, the middle column, which actually says there are things that we have already done, there's already mutual assistance, there's ways to work together, is also as important, because the danger is that norms can seem to be so far away, especially if you're trying to build a national CERT. So I think this is how we have done this within ASEAN, so that we can track our progress and to share it with the international community. And certainly having the G7 efforts will then, as Wolfram says, become a sort of an example that we can look at and see what we can implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Please.
Thank you so much for this very interesting and inspiring panel. My name is Jonas Grätz. I'm from the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. And I wanted to share with you and echo some of these points that were made, both from the business side and also from the Global Commission. Because we want to start next year, we also assess that it is important to have more buy-in from the global industry into implementing the norms. So what we want to do next year is to start our Geneva dialogue, where we want to have a really global exchange among different business players which are active in the field of cyber security, and for which cyber security is relevant, how they can contribute to implementing the existing norms and how they see their role, because we think there is only a few actors currently active in this field, and we want to build, first of all, capacity, raise awareness about those norms with additional players that are not yet part of the discussion, and then also come up with sort of best practices on implementing the norms at the end of a multi-year, of course, process. So that's what we want to contribute. And then also a question, I was participating this morning in another panel on questioning the cyber-making boundaries, cyber norm-making boundaries, or something like this it was called. And there was some wariness, because we had both CSERTs and CERTs in the room, and then more policy people, and there was a kind of a wariness in the room of the technical crowd, so to say. What are you doing at the policy level, and if once these norms get implemented, are they not interfering with our day-to-day work? Because they were fearing that there would be sort of a growing awareness amongst governments that what they are doing is actually going against some of these norms, and then so they said we have trusted relationships among ourselves, and now the governments would come in and kind of stop these collaborations which are already taking place on a technical level. So how do you see this? How can we improve the fit between the norm makers and then how it is implemented on a technical level? I wouldn't say I see the split as harsh as it was discussed this morning, but still we have to be aware of this, I think.
Is there anybody who wants to take first the question?
I think, I certainly have always seen this very delicate balance between the technology innovators and those who are worried about regulation, right? And I think where CERTs are concerned, CERTs tend to feel that they are responsible for maintaining law and order. They are responsible for the lives of citizens also, where there's a threat to life from a cyber attack. And so CERTs would argue that they should, in a sense, have certain freedoms to act. It's not just CERTs, I would also include intelligence agencies, I would include law enforcement agencies in this grouping. I think it is a very delicate balance. I used to often say one of the hardest things about discussing cybersecurity in the government is the need to maintain that balance between privacy and national security, because you have to respect the rights of your citizens. In many countries, including mine, the Supreme Court ruled that privacy is a fundamental right of the citizen. So when it comes to then having to take certain measures in the interests of national security to protect the life and property of citizens, are you then justified in invading that privacy? So I think the question is whether for CERTs, whether for any government agencies, there should be a very clearly laid down legal and administrative procedure to be followed. And provided that is rigidly implemented, followed, and people who deviate from that by using, let's say, not going through the proper procedure and simply engaging a company and saying do something that's illegal, should then be held to account. That's the real issue. The issue is not that they're not solutions. The issue is, are governments prepared to take the hard steps to implement and make sure that people who don't follow correct procedures are punished?
Thank you. Matthew and then Wolf.
So this morning I told a friend who's a member of the technical community that I was going to speak on this panel, and I couldn't shut him up. He spent 5 minutes telling me that we have norms, the technical community, it's all fine, why are you having this session, it's all under control. And I sit on the policy side of the house, I won't hide that, and I told him that the world has changed, that the trust that the technical community has that enables those relationships to function and the internet to work in that way is positive, and it's been crucial to how it's run. But the debate has, the increase in the number of people involved in the debate requires light to be shined on that discussion as well, requires transparency there. But equally, we can't move too quickly. We have a series of trusted relationships now, and you can't just tear those apart. I think through the norm-building processes, both at the UN level, at a national level, at a regional level, the core goal of those is to develop, to retain that trust and allow it to continue, so that as we move from the current arrangement to a new way of working, that it is seamless, that the internet remains safe, and to come back to my point, that we retain the certainty under how the internet operates and is governed.
So thank you. I thought I'll share a story in response to your question. So in our capacity building, we invite, since 2016, we've been inviting 3 groups of people from each government. One is the policy person, one is the incident response person, and the third is the foreign affairs person. And what happened is that the first year we had capacity building, we had a tabletop exercise, and we said all 3 of you will represent your country. This is the scenario, there is a state-sponsored attack. Now what do you do? It was amazing because the incident response person quickly jumped in and said, well, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do. And the policy person looked mildly interested, the foreign policy person looked bored. So then we stopped and we said, look, this is a state-sponsored attack. It's just any anonymous state. And still, this is what happened. But what it showed us was the need to have such activity between the technical, the policy, and the foreign policy person, because it is not evident, even within government. So with the word multi-stakeholder, we also understand cybersecurity to be multidisciplinary. It is something, and I live it every day, because if you notice, I come from the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. So I need to explain to my colleagues who think it is very wonderful to go to Berlin in the winter or in the cold weather, that why I'm relevant to their work. So I think that that is the nexus between that we have to create. And then we also have exercises in Singapore where we work with the CII operators who are industry. And so I think this is where the dialogue happens, but it has to happen around real scenarios that we can understand each other, because the technical people have a lot to teach us, the industry have a lot to teach us about our blind spots. Thank you.
Okay, 2 points to make. First, to Sito, come back in February. You ain't seen nothing yet or anything. This is cold weather in Berlin. But having been recently in Singapore, I understand where you're coming from. The second more important point on the question, I want to remind us of something I think Deborah said in the beginning. This is not about the internet, this is about the people. And I think this is the core element about it. So I gladly welcome dialogue with private sector, companies, etc. But we can't leave the rule-making and the norm setting to private companies. We have to outbalance it at least by two other processes. One, we have to involve civil society, representatives of actually the users, also sometimes the victims of policies, and basically civil society as a whole. And secondly, most important, I think still that norm controls need a democratic control. And states, at least democratic organized states, have a specific role in that, because they normally, through their government bodies, represent the people, try to outbalance different conflicts of interest with themselves. I think this is an important element to put into that. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have the dialogue, and I spend, I would say, half of my time talking to civil society, but even more probably to companies, because I think it is important. Luckily, I think we universally come more and more to an agreement about that. If I look back even a year or 2 years, there was a big drive in certain areas, oh, we need our own Google principles or Amazon guidelines or whatever. And now sometimes, I don't want to mention some companies, but some companies come to me and say, look, Wolfram, it's fine with our guidelines, but now we are into difficulties because we are confronted with different norms in each different state. If you look at self-driven cars, you imagine the car has to stop at the border because there are different rules. Or look at the US, where now individual states are setting norms for privacy control. So now they come, oh, what a great thing the GDPR is in Europe. You have a unified area where you set in a complicated process, in a democratic process, in a process with participation of all kinds of actors. All could be improved, of course. So I'm not defending that as the ideal situation, but these companies say this is actually the environment we need. So it's even in the interest of companies to have basically others participating in the norm setting, and particular role with democratic elected institutions.
Thank you very much. I have a space for one more question. So are there any volunteers for last question? If not, if there are none, I would like to maybe ask each of you to have a snippet of a takeaway of concluding remarks before we wrap up. Your Excellency, you want to start?
My biggest takeaway is something Matthew said. He said transparency is the friend of cybersecurity. I think that's a great slogan, because most people think cybersecurity is best served by secrecy, by acting behind closed doors. I think the day you recognize that transparency is the friend of cybersecurity, and thank you very much for that, Matthew. That's my takeaway.
Wolfram, do you want to?
The snippet would be, it's complicated, but it's worth it. A slightly longer version of it would be, I really appreciate the focus in this discussion on implementation of norms. I think that is really a promising avenue we should continue to go down. If you implement things, if they are successful in implementing norms, then the eagerness of building new norms and agreeing on new norms will also increase, I think.
I think my key takeaway today is what Deborah said about the fact that humans are in the middle, are in the center, front and center of what we're doing. And I think, as I was saying, in our way of looking at it, it's all the people who need economic enablement, betterment of living standards and lives. And that, I think, sort of crystallizes the need for us to work together. It is a team sport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll build on Matthew's takeaway or key point, which is that human rights are the friend of cybersecurity because we need strong cybersecurity to enable human rights. And it's through strong cybersecurity that we're able to do so. And so I think we often look at them as pitted against one another, but actually there's a right to security. There's a human right to security, and we can't keep looking at them at odds with each other because in the end we need both. Thanks.
Matthew?
People have taken my takeaway. I think I would channel my technical community colleague and say, don't break what we have. But then I'd follow that up by saying that what we have now is trust. And that as we examine these norms and look to develop new norms for the future, we can't forget that what we're trying to achieve is a place of trust.
Thank you very much. My main takeaway will be that indeed multi-stakeholder approach is so enriching, and that's why we need to not only preach it, but also to implement that in practice. And it was such a great learning time for me to enjoy your presentations. We as the European Union, of course, want to indeed walk the walk and talk the talk. So we are entrusted our friends in the European Union's Institute for Strategic Studies to undertake engagement with multi-stakeholder communities. And one of the very concrete sort of takeaways as well is that we are going to bring and sponsor quite a vast number of civil society participants for the next intersessional meeting of the Open Working Group in New York. So thank you very much to all of my distinguished panelists. Thank you very much to you as the audience, and hopefully see you next year, most likely in Poland, I guess, at the next AGF. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. We're just waiting for a couple of people more to come, and then we're going to start in like 2 minutes and work our way through our session. Thank you guys for being here.
Cyprus, Egypt, Suez, Red Sea, India, around the Indian subcontinent, Singapore, and then towards the north toward China, or south towards Indonesia and Australia. Currently, more than 90% of global traffic is going, intercontinental traffic between continents is going through these cables. For the first time, One Belt, One Road initiative is basically providing the landlocked countries with this fast access because the cables will be public. That is going to be the major challenges at the Euro-Asian landmass. I don't know specificities in Africa. They face also unique challenges when for landlocked countries, and in Latin America, these issues. But probably one of the solutions is to find this cost-effective approach, and there are some advantages for the land-based fiber optic cables comparing to the seabed. It's cheaper to lay down, maintenance is easier, and there are quite a few advantages. Therefore, we may discuss today and develop these arguments. What would be, for example, argument of Paraguay to push for the fiber optics laid across the Latin American and South American continent? And I can also share with you some research that I did on that on this issue. That's one of the, I would say, major advantage. The second advantage is, and it's also related more to Central Asia, there is also a battle for the data farms. Countries are trying to attract data farms. Usually landlocked countries have a bit drier and colder climate than countries which are on the seashore. Therefore, Central Asian Republic are considering also data farms because the climate is cold, dry, and there is a relatively solid supply of electricity because of Himalaya and the water which is coming to Himalaya. Therefore, we should look, I'm just mentioning two aspects. We should look for these counterintuitive elements that sort of disadvantage, in inverted commas, of being landlocked can turn into the advantage. I just want to throw these few ideas that we may discuss now in more details, but that's basically what is my initial input.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for those inputs. They were very, very interesting, and certainly one of the issues is connectivity, for us to develop further. And regionally wise, there are a lot of initiatives that need to be further developed. But I will now give the floor to Representative Garcia from Paraguay, who will show us a little bit of the same views brought from the side of the Republic of Paraguay. Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Miguel. Following on Dr. Jovan Curvalija's point of view perspective, I have to say that I liked his point of view, and I agree with it, with not seeing it all as a disadvantage. Because in fact, Paraguay, in our case, we have an electricity, a country that is very rich in producing renewable energy, and with basically unlimited, or at least not unlimited, but with plenty of energy resources, renewable by the way. But on the other hand, when we talk about connectivity, we face a situation in which today we are squeezed in the middle of big players, which are Argentina and Brazil. So in some way, due to how due to what how the region is going currently, we think is carrying out a project called the Digital Agenda by the newly created ministry, ICT ministry, which is kind of being the new articulator of ICT public policies. On our side, from the myself as chair and with the commission as chair of the ICT Commission in the lower chamber, we are in a position in which we have to articulate together legislation with the ICT ministry and make sure it is we include all other institutions involved, even regulators, all other institutions involved in order to make a good quality legislation in that way. Presenting the situation that concerns our connectivity creates certain doubts, meaning that how can raising questions like how can a country depend on the infrastructure of a private-owned company in another country? There's issues that concern sovereignty. There's issues that concern that also go to, for example, that come all the way down to trade conversations, meaning that if Paraguay is having issues with Argentinian customs to take products out through the river that takes our goods to the sea, that could be used as a negotiation to put our connectivity into discussion. Unfortunately, Mercosur hasn't reached the level of consolidation which we would have expected. Mercosur is the common market of the southern countries, which include Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and adding in process of adding Bolivia and eventually Chile. Unfortunately, the politics haven't allowed the common market to consolidate as it should, which creates certain doubts about about stable long-term agreements because on one side, Paraguay has its way out to the sea through Argentina, and on the other hand, it has a big negotiation with the shared hydroelectric dam Itaipu, which is in current process of renegotiation with Brazil, whose conditions have been set about 30 years ago, and which is a big discussion because of how much it represents for Brazil's energy supply. So again, any move that Brazil takes on one side or another could represent some strategy to negotiate, and that could put connectivity not at risk, but could make our future uncertain about whether we could have better and cheaper connectivity. So those are kind of the issues. Unfortunately, we cannot limit it to connectivity because of so many other aspects, so especially so many other aspects that are taken into consideration in diplomatic conversations. So we have to be very broad and very strategic when we consider our future plans, especially in carrying out this digital agenda, in order to deploy the proper infrastructure that allows us to have proper backup with one country or with the other, or eventually with Bolivia, which is our neighbor on the north border. But again, it's a matter of being able to cut down these asymmetries, and a way to properly leverage advantages for further negotiations. So we have to watch connectivity in a broad spectrum, considering commercial aspects, considering further negotiations, and in the long term, eventually, hopefully, we can have good results if the region reaches its expected levels of consolidation.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for that. It was a very interesting point of view, particularly taking into account that regional policies and regional situations play a lot into our decision-making needs. I'm very happy now to give the 2 youth IGF ambassadors the opportunity to be with us and to talk to us and show us how are their countries doing things. So I will give the floor now to the first of them and asking them to tell us a little bit of yourselves and the 30-second clips of you, and then talk a little bit for 5 minutes or so about the situations in your own countries and how you see them regionally, because you are from as well different regions. So Innocent, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Innocent Adrico from Uganda. I am an ISOC IGF Youth Ambassador. It's an honor to talk about issues related to landlocked developing countries and issues related to their accessibility to the internet, and of course all the issues surrounding the accessibility and signal strength and infrastructure. So I checked out a report by ISOC, and in this report in 2014, the average cost to export one container for a landlocked developed country was $3,444. And when you make the comparison, on the other side for transit countries, it was $1,301. When you check the importation, average cost of importation, for landlocked developing countries, it was $4,344 compared to $1,559. That's already a challenge for us. In case we are talking about infrastructure in our countries, that's already a challenge, because you can imagine that difference for us to be able to import or even export. So when we're talking about the issue of the landlocked countries, we don't only look into the accessibility. I've looked so much into the infrastructure, for example, in Uganda. Uganda has struggled to make sure that it has good accessibility for its internet users, to the extent that in 2017, in February, Facebook announced a partnership with Airtel, of course, Airtel Uganda. And this partnership was to build 767 kilometers of open access fiber backhaul in Uganda. So possibly to me, this was like, I think like an idea maybe to make sure that the internet users at least are able to access a better service and get better connectivity. And this infrastructure was to enable delivery of more connectivity services to a region of over 3 million people. Now, in Uganda, most of the areas in Uganda seem to be rural. So that already creates a challenge. Like, when you have this fiber optic, you already have the challenge that you have to negotiate with your neighbor to get the fiber optic. And then you have to invest into, again, the infrastructure that you're supposed to build in your country. So for us, the accessibility in our rural areas, we do realize that it's not good at all. Like, our rural areas are not well connected. The internet connectivity is only good when you're in the urban area. So the question is always, what is the way forward for landlocked developed countries, developing countries, like especially like Uganda, given that also its policies actually are not that favorable, because you're already hustling to get the connectivity, And again, the policies that you have in your country do not favor the connectivity. Because when you bring in policies like people have to pay tax to access the social media, then they don't link up at all. I don't know whether it's the challenge that is bringing up to such policies, because the government will be like, we are trying to increase the tax base so that we can be able to pay the taxes. In Africa, we do realize that internet users in landlocked countries pay an average of $232 US more per month for fixed broadband access than those in coastal areas. And most of these countries, of course, talk of Uganda, talk of Rwanda, they're the ones that are benefiting on the coastal countries of Kenya and Tanzania. So it's all about how do I get the accessibility? After getting the accessibility, now the question becomes, what next? Like, how do I make sure that my people get this connectivity? So that's always where the challenge focuses. And then it's good that some of these countries have tried to embrace the challenge and have tried to look for solutions. Because I was checking out Rwanda. Rwanda has illustrated the possibility of landlocked nations having cheaper international wholesale connectivity prices than even the sea-facing countries. In 2012, they signed up a 10-year agreement with the Tanzanian telecommunications company. And this agreement was to procure international bandwidth at an attractive price. So some of these countries have embraced the challenge, and they're trying to look for solutions to the challenge. I think so when we're talking about these challenges, we should also be looking into what next. Like, okay, we have agreed that we are landlocked, so should we just sit back and watch such problems that we are facing, or we should look for solutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Innocent, for that intervention and for those figures. We usually tend to talk about policies and forget the reality of the dollar in the pocket situation. That is a reality, and it applies to logistics and to decision making as well. Thank you very much for that. Udip, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Yeah, hello, I'm Udip Baral from Nepal, and I'm also an Internet Society Youth Ambassador. High prices have hit many countries around the world, and Nepal faces this problem because we are a landlocked country with a higher transport cost, delays, less trade, and we have to reliable land transport with our neighbor country. Like in India, we are relying the internet connectivity from the India, and if there is a water transport, we can do more. We don't have choosing option at all now. That's why if you have a more country connected, then a better option for the connectivity and will be affordable. So we have a north side China, and there is a Himalayan region where it's impossible due to the weather condition. And also due to the monopoly, we have to stick what they assign to us. Therefore, there is a big chance to for the kill switch, and our government is also planning for the third parties render, where there is a wireless technology, and Nepal Telecom Authorities and Ncell, one of the biggest mobile operator in Nepal, only have spectral leasing because the government is having a maximum policies on that. And have to invest a huge amount of money on it. So it's difficult for the local ISP and a small company to have a spectrum leasing. That's the things that our country is facing nowadays. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Indeed, micro, medium, and medium companies are players that need to be nurtured and helped, and it gives us another layer of things we need to think about when developing and designing policies for our landlocked developing countries. We have had the opportunity to hear from a country from South America, a country from Asia, and another country from Africa, and as well one of our very favorites and very objective institutions. And so I now would like to open the floor for anybody who would like to ask a question, and I would certainly encourage you to do so, so we can get from some more perspectives from our panelists. I don't see any questions from the online participants, so I will look around the room and see if someone wants to start the conversation. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. And my name is Francisco, and I work in the telecom regulator of Paraguay. But I would like to speak as a master student and an economic student, because I think that the way of thinking that the extra cost we pay for transport, in Paraguay case, or to Brazil or Argentina, may not be the correct way to think about the problem. Of course, it plays a role. It plays a role, but maybe another big problem is that operators in Paraguay compete in infrastructure. We have like 4 or 5 fiber backbones instead of having just one shared with all the operators. So that raises the price for people. So I think that maybe we need to make some policies and regulator that favor the infrastructure sharings, so the operators will compete in services and not in infrastructure. So I think that prices must fall. Maybe there are some other factors that we are missing, because we are seeing that the transport cost is the main problem, and so we lost sight of the rest of possible problem and possible solutions. Maybe other problem can be the price of spectrum. Maybe as landlocked countries, we need to consider that the spectrum cannot be the same cost that in Brazil or Argentina or another country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco, for that. Those were very interesting points of views. And let me look at the panelists, so if they want to say a few words on that. Johan, you have the floor.
Just one question. How did the Sharm el-Sheikh conference address, how did the latest radio telecommunication conference address this question of spectrum? Was it discussed in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Unfortunately, I did not go there. So,
okay.
But I don't know the results of the
WRC. It's interesting to follow up on the ITU Sharm el-Sheikh discussion on the
just last week, I think that the Paraguayan delegation went to Paraguay, so but I didn't cross with them, so I really don't know what the result of the WRC was. Sorry.
No worries, but I can say something about the World Regulators Conference that recently over. They touch upon the spectrum situation. And I think there's going to be a report on the guidelines on how to determine indicators to go in the right direction of pricing and dividing the different ranges of the spectrum that you have to take into account. Any other one with a question? If you're not on the table, you can just come to the table and ask. I don't think that is the case, so I would like to then give just a couple of minutes to every panelist to close with a few remarks, and I will start in the same way that we did the first part. Johan, 2 minutes to close up. Thank you.
I was particularly honored to have a chance to hear from our youth ambassadors and dear colleague parliamentarian from Paraguay. that was always extremely useful. You presented really useful statistics on both Uruguay and Uganda and Nepal. And we heard about challenges, really interesting challenges in Uruguay, which are putting the question of connectivity into broader geopolitical context or geoeconomic context. As you indicated, the question of negotiations on connectivity is very often linked to the other negotiations on trade and other issues. And what you mentioned was interesting, that probably for landlocked countries, the solution, one of the solutions could be through regional arrangements like Mercosur, and that's probably interesting vehicle to do. Therefore, I know that sort of this session does not deserve an empty room, because it was so interesting. I learned a lot personally, and thank you for that. And I encourage young ambassadors in particular to move with the full force to present their country and the cause, and to keep this issue alive in the digital policy discussions.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for those very encouraging words. I do believe that this issue would deserve more attention, and it's very, very true. And but everyone who is here is very important in order to take the message out. With that, I will give, Your Honor, you have the floor. Sebastian.
Thank you. On our side, I think we have to keep strong on pursuing regional consolidation. Unfortunately, politics has not been a friend of this consolidation, meaning that the changes that there have been in regional governments have been somehow have not helped this consolidation. I believe that common markets, regions have to go beyond their own governments. We have to build our institutions in a way that no matter who is in power, the institutions persist and the unification strengthens. On the other hand, internally, we have a big challenge, because following, for example, this digital agenda I was mentioning, which is the big project for especially for accessibility and for connectivity, we have a challenge on ensuring that there is a proper governance of the main backbone that is being put in place now, because there is going to be a state-owned backbone. There is a state-owned backbone that is being somehow optimized. So we have to ensure the proper governance in order for this connectivity to, turn into results for the people who have to benefit from this accessibility. So yes, above all, we have a big challenge in building trustworthy institutions, reliable institutions that are able to negotiate properly and that are able to leverage local interests and not only depend on one or on another neighbor, but to be able to be a strong player, to stand as a strong player in the region. Because as I said, unfortunately, our condition makes us depend in a big way on our neighbors. So a proper relationship with them is always necessary. But we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of potential, which I think can make us a good strategic focal point for the development of the region as a whole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Representative, for that. Those are very good remarks. Innocent, you have the floor.
Thank you. In conclusion, I think challenges are solved by, first of all, embracing them and looking for solutions, as already said. So they talked of cooperation. Cooperation is a very good idea in that operators can be able to agree upon sharing some of the costs involved in deploying these fiber backbones. So another solution could be operators can be able to leverage their presence in neighboring countries. For example, we've seen Sonatel linking Mali from the Senegal border. Sonatel has linked Mali from Senegal, so it built actually. It was able to link up the Senegalese backbone to the Mali border, because it was using the advantage that they are present in two countries, so they were able to use that advantage. So that can also be a solution. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, particularly for looking for solutions. That is a very hopeful view of the future, and that's what we need from you guys. Yudip, you have the floor.
Yeah, in Nepal, we should also increase the local traffic so that we can connect more. That's the main thing that we should do in our country. Still, we are not getting connected in the rural places, because still in the rural places of Nepal, we are still lagging behind, and there is lots of infrastructure is needed. So we need to develop local content. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very time efficient. Well, from my end, I would first like to thank you all for being here, for those who took the time to be here in the room with us, and those online. First, let me thank both Representative Garcia and Jovan for being here and show us your experience, your expertise, and in these very intricate issues. And to our youth ambassadors, I would certainly like to say, particularly as an outgoing MAG member, that is in you that the future resides, and it is very important for you to understand that the world is not ending in our own borders or in our regions, and we need to be able to get the landlocked developing countries together and be a strong group of international negotiations, as we are now. So, just in a good tone, as the discussions have been so far, making the LLDCs stronger is making the transit countries stronger, and that in that relationship, the benefit should be mutual, as in any relationship we have anywhere and any time. And that's why we need to not only work between ourselves to understand our own needs, but we need to understand that our actions as governments and as countries take effect in our neighbors' livelihood as well, and not just the other way around. So we need to work in a place of peers with the transit countries. And that's why there's a broader thing to talk about from here to when you have the time to go to your offices and your houses. So thank you very much again for being with us, and that would be the end of our session. Thank you very much.